Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. It is time for Fright Night. Fright Night 11, top 8 coming at you in short order. We have a whole lot of exciting games coming up and some very fierce competition that we saw through the Swiss rounds and led to these playoff rounds. But we're going to find out who actually takes it all down and is, in fact, our champion. Now, before we actually get into the games, I, of course, have to let everybody know that I'm part of the Phobies content affiliate program. That means that the Phobies team does, in fact, give me in-game coffee for producing Phobies content. And the Phobies team is sponsoring the prizes for this and the other Fright Night events. So just giving everybody a heads up before we get into things. But speaking of getting into it, let's get to those games. What's good, chat? What's good? I'm excited. I want to see what people have in store. We saw some cool strategies. We saw some, we'll say, the old guard, the regulars that top aided, but we do have a whole bunch of new faces. That may be able to put together some upsets. Sorry, just answering some messages in Discord. People had some questions about both the events and Monster of the Week. I guess I'll mention this as we go through the cast, but Monster of the Week is our weekly tournament. There are prizes for that as well, coffee. And I think this is a good route for the community because it is a smaller, lower scale, less pressured event as compared to Fright Night, where if you want the stiffest competition, you want to play in a big event, you want to slug it out, great. If you want something that's a little more rapid fire, you can get in, you can play some games, you can play some competitive games, but there isn't as much pressure on, hey, I got to win this many times. Monster of the Week might be for you. So we're just waiting for all of the players to check in at this stage. We are officially 2 minutes out from kicking things off. Let me see, make sure. We need to make sure that everybody has sent me frenemies invites. Let me do that. There is our bracket for this playoff. We're getting the players ready, and we're going to give them the signal to actually start playing momentarily. We have, as mentioned earlier, some heavy hitters in this list, but we, of course, have some new names, both to Fright Night and, to be honest, I haven't seen some of these names on the ladder too much. So we have a few dark horses in the event, and it'll be very interesting to see if we can get the upsets and see if they end up taking down some of the known threatening Phobies masters. But we'll see how that goes in a few moments. I'm going to get everything kicked off for the players, and then we're going to jump into these games. So, as always, we're going to do a simultaneous round of 8, and then we'll try and get them sequentially for the later rounds. That way we can keep things rolling and we can observe as many games as possible. And maybe we'll take a look at some of the other games off stream, or on a different stream, that is. First game of top 8. It helps if I actually show you the game. The first game of top 8. We got Shadow Force. We have Fasiak? I don't know how to pronounce their name. I'm not going to lie, so my bad. We do get an interesting opener. This was a map pick, I believe, by our blue player. Yep, and Shadow Force chose to go second. It looks like Mysomania, Ergo, Carousel, and Teen Spirit were the bans here. So we'll see what the players have cooked up. We see an early win again. You love to see it, but the more standard crush more. Why would you choose to play Xylo versus Shadow Force? I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know. But maybe our blue player has some pocket strat that they are expecting. Maybe they have some pocket strat that they are expecting will carry the day. Remember, these are, of course, best 2 of 3 games here in the top 8 of Fright Night. We're going to see all the players have to force wins in across more than one game. It isn't just one pocket strat will carry you, surprising your opponent. You need to outplay them twice to advance to the next round. Now, I was playing a game on this map myself last night. It did come down to an Akira off. I don't know what stress level, which, by the way, shout out to the bloat avatar. Shout out to the bloat avatar. We'll have to see how this progresses. Now, I mentioned that the Crushmore is kind of expected. The Gravedigger as well. It's been a while since I personally played on this map, just due to the way the games have worked out, and then Xylo not being in rotation for, to be honest, kind of an extended period of time at one stage. But now that it is back, all the old faithful strategies are coming back to mind, and in this case, Terraform. Now, Shadow Force is able to push pretty aggressively here. Going to get a takedown, it looks like, onto this Finnegan. Yup, down it goes. Get a break here, and of course, a little bit of movement to ensure that you don't get booped into oblivion. That's a choice you can make. It is, in fact, one of the options. You can choose to select this map into Shadow Force. I have to admit, it would probably not have been on my bingo card. I'm not going to lie. I would not have wanted to select that one. Now, the counter kill comes in, down goes Cowbell, but you certainly take that trade if you're Shadow Force in this position. A Firkin preemptively comes out. Now, again, I don't know offhand what stress level our blue player is, but there's a whole bunch of things that you want to turn off with Firkin, including the boops here from Hevo 2.0. Remember, of course, Fright Night is played with level 1 Phobies, so if you're interested in playing either in Fright Night for a larger event, or if you want to try out Monster of the Week, our weekly tournament series, it's a much smaller scale event so that people can get in, play with all the Phobies at level 1, try their hand at the competitive environment. Hit up the Random Thoughts Discord. The link for that, of course, is in the description of this video. Or if you're watching on a live stream, ! Discord. Xylo can be okay against Shadow Force if in Monster of the Week without Attractor or Akira's. Possibly, yes. In Fright Night, of course, it's a good that chat brought that up. In Fright Night, there are no Phobie bans. We do have a map ban system, but Monster of the Week does feature blanket Phobie bans so that we can try and force a few different things, try out different formats. So, check it out. It's definitely a lot of fun. So we're getting the careful position here. I'm not really sold on the creep, but we did get a bank to 7 and then Shadow Force to 11. I have to imagine that Akira's coming out or something very similar. Shadow Force still has many tricks in her sleeves. I mean, yeah. Shadow Force is a great player, proven on multiple occasions to be a Fright Night champion. So trying to earn yet another title. I need to come up with like a nice, I'm going to say plaque, but like certificate or whatever to post in Discord for each of the champions. I do have a running list, but it's just a list of names and like it doesn't look cool. So I need to come up with something. All right. Getting a ping in Discord, just checking on the other players. Chat. So we're checking on the other games to make sure things are going smoothly there while we're getting a slight lull here. Boomer. I don't quite grasp this one. We don't have displacement effects from Shadow Force yet. It's probably preemptive on the assumption that, yeah, we're going to see the Akira. But at the same time, you already have multiple sacrificial Phobies to recap these points. And I think that's really what this Boomer is intended to do, is actually replace this cap once it's removed. And of course, we do see the big bad itself in Akira. For anybody not familiar, you get Yoink's global, map-wide Yoink. It's real good. It's real good. There was a time before Akira was so widespread that people were adamant about it not being good. And, like, I don't get it. But I don't see nearly as many critics of Akira now as I used to previously. So I think people have learned their lesson. Now, from this stage, what does our blue player do? You have a turned off Hevo, thanks to the Firkin. It will come back online prior to the Firkin. However, Akira, since it only has a one-turn warm-up, next turn is going to yoinks your whole board into oblivion. So you really have to get the hell away from the Akira and hope that Shadow Force makes a positional mistake and you are therefore able to capitalize. You need a good boop. You need some other displacement to get a kill onto Akira without sacrificing too much. Ooh, we get a break here. This is a block. We were debating this last night on stream. Okay, we don't get the break. I was about to say that this is a block that you don't commonly see broken. Just human nature, judging things I don't even know experience with yet. I mean, it is... The discussions are fine, but it is strange to not, like... I don't know. This is just so powerful. Ooh, so it turns out that our blue player is at least stress level 90. We get the Akira stare down. The break, the terraform actually does come in, allowing the creep to come through and poison this Crushmore. Are we going to see a Yoinks play? No, doesn't look like it initially. We're just going for the AoE. Okay, wait, what? That was just like mind-bending. Here is where Akira, because remember, we're in arena timers or using arena timers, it makes things difficult for Akira players where you have to really... Ooh, this is pretty hype. Like, the drawback of Akira is almost the length of the animation in arena. That play was almost pretty savage, almost got the quick pick here onto the Akira. Are we going to see this? 30 health. This droney, I don't know if... Man, Shadow Force is really... Yeah, this is a dead Akira. This is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. Like, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm pretty sure the game is over now. I'm fairly certain the game is over now. I guess there's a world in which there's a counter kill on this Akira. 1,600 health, you can get 800 here. Not quite 400 here. But this Gesundheit is blocked out because Shadow Force had the heads-up play in order to prevent the Gesundheit from getting here onto the stem. And unfortunately... Plowing through this boomer is not an easy task. You have to somehow get 1,000 damage through this and then through the rest. It's just not very likely. Or is it very likely? Chat. The Morty! Chat, the plays! Shout out, where are my Morty fans in chat? Chat, where are my Morty fans? I know they're out there. I know you're excited. I know you're excited. Probably the only phobie, somebody's going to have to correct me, but the only phobie that could do this. Both Akiras go down in the span of basically 2 turns. The old boomer got jump scared. Yeah. Little jump scare action. However, 5 keys to 13. Shadow Force is by no means out of this. The retaliation is strong. We'll see it. I assume we're going to see a muffin here. Clinico. Okay, fair. I got cat mad doing Morty gameplay yesterday. Still lost since he was already winning for... Still lose since he was already winning. I'm not sure that last part of the statement, but I'm glad to see that there's other Mortys showing up. Honestly, Morty is one of those things, I don't know how anybody else feels, but like, I forget Morty exists, and then it'll be like, wait, there's a Morty play here. And then for like a month or 2 after that, all I'm thinking about is, can I get Morty in? Can I get Morty in? Can I get Morty in? And then it kind of falls out of my mind because it's a difficult play to set up in a lot of cases. But Morty, an enormous amount of damage, a huge movement range. It's a big deal. Your coffin has arrived. So what is our blue players' response here? They do have a panic point advantage. At some point, Shadow Force is going to have to push, but time is arguably on Shadow Force's side. With the Clinico able to heal things up, there are multiple fragile phobies on our blue players' side of the board, and there's some potentially explosive damage thanks to Meatball. Now, Shadow Force isn't completely in control because realistically it is just Murder Wing and Crushmore to represent said damage. No displacement effects at this point in time, and really not much else to speak of because you're going to end up losing out on this one key trading war. Unless you invest heavily in 1 keys, because eventually Shadow Force could reduce this game to a 4 key to 0 key advantage by just sending 1 keys and replacing over and over again. Getting a quick break here. I don't know if this really opens too much up. I mean, this panic point is not going to switch hands. Oh, I take that back. There's a world in which Morty beelines for this, but it probably doesn't survive in that world. Now, our blue player has a big advantage at this stage, of course, with the boop available. I think Firkin's still kind of zoning on what phobies they'll spawn. It can. I mean, now that it's unless you're referring to it powering stuff down with Unlucky Charm, as opposed to it being on the stim. It did reposition, but yes, it is going to influence it. There aren't too many 5 costs. Obviously, you could have Moffat, which was one of the ones I was going to bring up, that are impacted by Unlucky Charms. It may be better to just go for big dum-dums that punch stuff good. Everybody loves a good big dum-dum. just lollipop mode. You're going to be dum-dum. However, the displacement advantage is now in favor of Shadow Force. Of course, Yoink's inherently more powerful than Boops. And given the layout of Xylo, realistically either one is feasible, but here it will allow for Shadow Force supplement the intended game plan to go in and pressure. The Gesundheit positioning is pretty good here. However, remember that jar was an undo. So Snowball's Toast, which could have been saved on that turn way back when, but clearly Shadow Force was under pressure, needed to accomplish a bunch of things in the turn, etc. But Jar could pop out and poke this Gesundheit in conjunction with either a Meatball or a Firkin, so our blue player appropriately positions a little more defensively. Get an AWOL supplementing the forces here. Down to 4 keys. And Cassowary, 2 keys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you going to burn the 2 keys right now? Trying to Heart Rush? I don't think so. I think it's more intent to threaten. Because with 6,400 health on the heart, you're just not realistically going to burn it down quickly enough. However, especially with Shadow Force, with a slot open, soon to be 2, 4 keys available, there's way too many ways in order to ruin our blue player's day if you commit to a hard push. But it does force Shadow Force to respect the threat. Yeah, are they going to kill you in the next few turns? No, but you then have this decision point of, yeah, eventually I have to deal with it to push it away or come up with my own offense, and they had the first mover advantage. So you can pull your opponent out of position. But both players going down to 2 keys. We do see Cassowary showing up on Shadow Force's side. Honestly, I feel like Cassowary's been showing up less and less and less in high-level games. Getting the leap into the Panic Point steal. We may actually see the walkaway and the boomer come in. I'm a little curious if we will, because this Cassowary is super vulnerable in that position. Oh, wait, no, we couldn't because it started the turn here. It did not start the turn on the stim, so it would not be able to walk away. The answer might be Now, you can't do it with Gesundheit either. And you could body block for Gesundheit. Kill it, back the Gesundheit up, because otherwise there's a risk of the Gesundheit dying to Meatball off the stem. AWOL, eating the damage, capping the center point. Is AWOL what you want there? With the keys situation, available keys, evened up now, Shadow Force doesn't have necessarily the opportunity to just, burn through your 1 keys such that we end up just looking at the existing board state by forcing these trades in the middle. We are getting a retreat here. It doesn't look like our blue player is satisfied with any of their positioning. It doesn't feel like we have an opening from Shadow Force. The question becomes, is it worth a yoink anywhere here? And I am of the opinion no. Because if you come down here, Morty off of stem plus this is just going to be a bad day for you. There are still 2 keys available, but Creep has been utilized and the Cassowary's on the board. So if you kill the Cassowary, I don't know if there's anything that can come out of the vault for 2 keys to hit this offhand. Droney was also used, but that's a fair point. That could have popped out to hit it if it was available. But Droney also was used. A lot of the cheap extended range Phobies are now... Yeah, it was turn 1. Right out of the bat instead of Snowball, which is interesting. Snowball was not used and obviously available, given that we saw an Akira, by our blue player. I find it notable when Phobies such as Snowball, which are so ubiquitous. Snowball shows up in virtually every game, right? When it doesn't show up, that is incredibly notable to me. Like, that's a big deal. So not really a great rearrangement from Shadow Force here. It's absolutely coming down to these next few turns are going to determine the entire game. Because the players have just plainly run out of resources. You're going to have to do it with what you have on the board, and if either player commits, they are at risk of just losing everything. So realistically, we saw the early... Ooh, a Ted? Are we going to see Jill? This is an interesting play because it does require Shadow Force to jump through some hoops in order to actually remove Ted. And clearly there's going to be time to walk Ted up the 5,000 miles to the center point. We're going to get an aggressive push here. Are we going to see the takedown? That is intensely awkward. I mean, you can still meatball it, but it's just uncomfortable. Now, was this trade worth it? Because we are going to see, most likely, the Morty come in to snipe this, but the follow-up means the Morty is dead. So now we're setting up these trades that are... Shadow Force feels it's in their favor, and right now, it sure does seem like that. Of course, the Boop is offline, because it was hit by the Firkin a couple turns ago. We have a number of ways to eliminate the Contortio, but all of a sudden, it's Gesundheit, Hevo, and Morty against a fairly sizable Shadow Force team. I don't think there's any one key that's going to make or break this scenario coming out of our blue player's vault, but we'll have to see. Chad, how many maps have a giant shadow like this? I'm pretty sure Noughts and Crosses does. Maybe. Some of the Phobos-style maps have it. Maybe Phobos itself. There's the Morty not going onto the stem, which means that, hey, this Crushmore now can occupy it. Moai, that might be the one I'm thinking of, yeah. And we get Contortio as the final Phobie. Shadow Force, the only player left with any keys to spend. I don't envy our blue player's position here. The classroom maps also have it. I'll have to look closer at that. I still find, I mean, we've talked about this one before, but I still find little details in the art both incredible and I just find them sometimes. As always, the art team, shout out to the Phobies art team. Great job. Shadow Force now in the unenviable position of trying to find a way to eliminate the handful of Phobies that remain opposing them, preventing them from claiming victory in this map number 1. Matching Ted here. We got a matching Ted. I get it. I get it. I do appreciate the repositioning here with the cassowary. The reason being is that, of course, Ted here needs to be dealt with. Ted on the stem is a threat and a challenging one to address. Potentially challenging, anyway. So we do have the boop online. That's why Shadow Force is respecting the Hevo 2.0's positioning. But now there are 3 1 keys available to our blue player compared to Shadow Force, who only has 1. These panic points may stay blue for the rest of the game, thereby forcing Shadow Force to win through other means. You're not necessarily going to be able to put a lot of heart pressure on, at least through that path. 4,600 health to 5,400. There is a life total advantage for our orange player, meaning that he got a little bit of breathing room. Plus, of course, large map, over 4K health on at least the blue player's heart, and then, of course, more than 5K for Shadow Force. There's still some time. There's still some time to make some positional plays and see how you can advance. So unfortunately for Shadow Force, this Firkin is now wildly out of position, meaning that Hevo does have some, I don't want to say completely free reign, but it does have some room to actually maneuver, potentially set up a boop. Whereas the Firkin's going to have to spend an entire turn chasing to make something happen. Now this is not surprising. Probably going to get the takedown here. There isn't a great place for our blue player to advance to try and defend this. However, this may just be a dead Crushmore if this boop works the way I think it does. This might just be a dead Crushmore. That Crushmore has just been chilling on the stim pad now, I think. Yep. So, here's what... All right, Shadow Force is pulling her back. I was going to say, between the Contortio and the Boomer, you can pin the Crushmore and then boop from here, and I'm pretty sure it ends up in the Abyss. This positioning, much safer. I imagine Shadow Force probably thought the same thing. Ooh, this is interesting. However, I think you might have been better off with the, well, this might just die. I was going to say Contortio here, Boomer here, so that way it can't get yoinked, but A, they could yoink the Contortio this way by just repositioning the spider or a variety of other things. It was a good thought to try and lock it in, but I don't think that you're going to be able to make that realistically happen. Now, this does give the Firkin the opportunity, if it stands on the lava, in order to power down the Hevo once more, deactivating the boop. Shadow Force, of course, has an escape route coming in through the north and the center tile. Everybody's favorite germ. An undead husband. Just chilling out in the top and having a staring match with their twin in Cassowary. Contortio goes down, and because of the Firkin, not going to be able to turn this off. All of a sudden, we're back to this looks awful for our blue player. It was kind of going back and forth a little bit, where I felt that our blue player had some opportunities, but this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. Hevo 2.0 doesn't actually represent off-ladder. Of course, all level 1s. Doesn't represent that much damage. And this is a pretty healthy Crushmore. This is a pretty healthy Crushmore. Needed the Hevo back one more space in order to dodge this. I don't think Shadow Force would have positioned there if that was the opportunity. Or that was the positioning. You just wouldn't be there. 390 damage is weird. It is a little odd. We get the sacrifice here. I think our blue player is throwing in the towel to a degree. We'll see. It may have... It probably was going to die to the poison anyway, so it probably didn't matter. I don't know why I'm laughing looking at this boomer. What about the boomer? Ted goes down. Twin comes in and eliminates him. I think we know who our Game 1 winner is, chat. I think we know. There is a takedown on Clinico. Not going down without a fight. But ultimately, Ted ends the germ. GG, Game 1, Shadow Force. All right, still in our round of 8. Round of 8, chat. Epic name, A-Markened, Mysomania. Right? This is Mysomania, right? I don't know why, but because they changed the one map name, now I question every map. And I'm like, and I know this wasn't the one that was changed. What was Shadow Force's record in the Swiss? 5-0. Shadow Force is pretty good at this game we enjoy. Shadow Force is pretty good. Now, Epic name one of the newcomers, or newer names at the very least, going up against our last Fright Night champion in A-Markened. Looking to be under a lot of pressure here. Obviously, we're joining kind of late. There's a high 5 on the board, Repeller, which kind of makes sense, and once again, Firkin. This doesn't seem great for our orange player, I must admit. We do have a numbskull here, which is fascinating. I'm not sure what the board state was that managed to put numbskull as the most appropriate thing. Get a little Firkin going down onto Hematic Ginsting up in the north. Ooh, Beauty showed up earlier in this game, and there was a Moffat for Epic name. There is no longer a Moffat for Epic name. The bug was squashed. So was Beauty, and I assume that that was the exchange. The spider went in to snipe at Beauty, and then we ended up with this. But there's a lot of damage on our orange player's team, not nearly as much on our blue player's team. Innocuous running on hopes and dreams. It's sheer force of will. I don't think that's going to work out how you want it to. I don't really agree with this one unless the spider dies somehow, which, like... Because this guy is dead. That guy is not going to live. I can respect the attempt where it's, okay, at this point, I just need to push. Spider's live, though. You can't... I don't want to say this is unwinnable for our orange player, but this is... If there was a game I was going to call unwinnable, this would be one of them. This is a very challenging position to try and get out of. I don't really know how you do it. Your team is more damaged. Your opponent has multiple displacement options. You have 0. Your opponent also has Firkin to deactivate your one and only... Well, you have 2, I guess. You have 2 abilities, Leap and More Bees, one of which just got turned off. And you're at a panic point disadvantage while being down heart health. There's not a whole lot going on in favor of our orange player here. Getting a push from our blue player, pressuring the heart. I mean, again, this game is in hand. There's an argument to simply play defensively and say you have to come to me because pushing in might be the only way that you lose this game. However, given the positioning, I don't know. Like, this is going to do 812. There's not enough damage here to kill this. You'll have the yoink. You have something already set up on the stem. You have a 3-ranger. This Klepto is not in danger either. Realistically, our orange player can't threaten the Crushmore or the Klepto. And with only barely over 1,800 health on your heart, soon to be less, not great, we'll say. This is another one that I think is, as mentioned earlier, kind of in the bag for one of our players. It's their game to lose. If there weren't so many one-movers, I was going to say there's a world where you just yoink the this out of the way and then walk it up to... You could actually walk the Klepto onto this point. And that might be lethal this turn? But instead, we're just going to get a takedown on multiple Phobies, understandably. You'd actually move forward, boop this, and then probably kill all of those. Wow! The quad kill, chat! The quad kill. Oh, baby. Ouchtown population epic name. Brutal. Repeller MVP. I mean, Repeller's probably the MVP of this game. I don't know if it actually was, but like that play was cool. That play was cool. Yeah, epic name, 225 on the heart. I think we can go on to the next one. GG. Well played. Well played. Ooh, Shinra and Smiley. Let's see what they've got going on here on Vile Vortis. This is actually featured prominently very recently in Monster of the Week. Again, I was talking about it earlier. Monster Week is our weekly tournament series. There are prizes sponsored by the devs. If you're interested in checking that out, hit up the link for my Discord in the description. Never in my life thought I would see a Repeller kill something, let alone kill 4 at once. That Repeller was pretty good. It was pretty good. Just checking to see where people are at. All right, everything's still rolling. Just double checking, making sure the players are good. They don't need any help or any assistance. Why is the vault so yellow? It feels like it's more yellow than it usually is. I mean, I know it's their turn, hence it's highlighted and stuff, but like that seems more yellow than normal. Chat, I'm getting hungry. I didn't really eat much for breakfast. My stomach's been kind of bothering me. I did have a little bit of coffee. I'm trying to cut back on my caffeine. Don't want to overdo it, chat. Everything in moderation, right? But as far as this game goes, we're seeing some fairly standard phobies. 4-1 panic point advantage, no takedowns yet. We don't know exactly what turn we zoned in on. We could probably figure it out, but where's the fun in that? Doing math on stream? Not allowed. Impossible, chat. Oh, getting a ping. Let me make sure it's not from the players. It was actually responding to one of my questions, and this is an open question for anybody in chat or anybody watching this later on YouTube. I'm always looking for feedback for how to run better events, how to communicate better with the community, how to just improve things overall, whether it's the actual tournaments themselves, the lead up for the tournaments, after the tournament, during the tournament, whatever. Ooh, we get one of my favorite plays. We get the lockout with Crushmore in the center, flipping one of the panic points so that this way, stemming the bleeding a little bit. Klepto coming in. Gonzo's already on the board. Notably, Smiley's at 9 keys. I know I'm jumping between subjects here, but Smiley's at 9 keys. Are we going to see a Hevo 3.0? Are we going to see a boss? What are we going to see? Shinra actually only at 5, electing for the more mid-rangey strategy here. Little splash damage coming in with more bees. Not enough damage to actually threaten this Crushmore. I've thrown away a lot of Crushmores, chat. Not just on this map, but on a number of maps where I'm being way too aggressive with it. Although it looks like they must have taken back the bees hit. A little undo there? Not sure. There's a little Hevo 2.0. We've been seeing a lot of these, understandably. Understandably, we see a lot of Hevos, especially on this map. Vile Vortis, I think, is one of my favorite maps. I really do like this one. I like the way the gameplay patterns work. I think it opens up... out of the... and we talked about this before. Out of the pillar map. So we have Opticon. We have the Big House. We have Vile Vortis 11. I think Vile Vortis is probably my favorite one, with Opticon being my least favorite. I just feel personally very comfortable on this map. I was about to say, this is a dead Klepto. That's a quick pick there that I don't think Smiley can reasonably punish. Well, can you? 1,300 health. These 3 phobies can all connect with this Crushmore, but I think you're going to regret it if you do. I think you're going to regret it if you do. This is a rough position for Smiley now. Shinra able to push in a little bit, get a quick takedown on a significant phobie, and be set up such that you can punish some potential retaliation. 420 damage, that is enough, including enough to take it down with the fire. So the trade here was Klepto for Crushmore, and of course a Gonzo activation. But the panic points did flip in favor of Orange. You can make a solid argument that it is still a valuable trade for Shinra here. And of course, the Yoink with the Spider is available, but you will probably sacrifice the Spider. Get 800, 1,050 plus 400, 14. This is probably a dead Hematic, now that I'm looking at it. You move here, you yoink to here, you can splash twice, you hit with this, and you can hit with the Snowball Fireball. So I think this continued exchange is going to end up in Shinra's favor, depending on what Smiley follows up with. And in this case, it is Motherload. It's about to get violent down here, as if it wasn't already. As if it wasn't already. Scoreboard shows 7 keys down for Smiley, 6 keys down for Shinra. Is Shinra going to be aggressive here? Boop is down. Gonzo still has some time to come back up. So there is a gap here in Shinra's pressure. But we are going to see the yoink that I was mentioning a moment ago. Since Fireball is down, it's possible that there just isn't enough for Smiley to continue the retaliation efforts. Wait, was that not enough damage? How was that not enough? 8,000? 14? Maybe it was just short. Maybe I miscounted. Is that, like, what? I'm curious whether it wasn't enough damage or if Shinra just second-guessed whether that exchange was going to go in their favor. Personally, I think it would. I don't think there's enough, because the spider's here. The only things that can hit it are each of these once. The spider will be able to walk away. Well, the snowball would have lived. So the snowball could have slapped the spider, but that's still not enough damage between those three. Regardless, we didn't get that play, so we're going to get a little bit more defensive from Shinra here, bringing out Innocuous supplement the forces. Smiley with only 5 keys left, Shinra with 6. We'll see where this leads our players. Gonzo will be available shortly. Not quite yet, but soon. And of course, the boop as well. So we have buttons to press for our orange player. Buttons are available for our blue player, except for bees, for now. More bees! It's fun clicking on Phobies chat. Little bachelor action. This will allow Smiley to flip the panic points in their favor once again, setting up to try and cap this top panic point as well. Hematic Ginsting, the final phobie for Shinra, it looks like. Spider staying just out of range of this Hevo. So that way it doesn't take any splash or get booped somewhere it doesn't want to be. I don't see an immediate play for Smiley that doesn't... I mean, you can take one of the points, but Smiley's going to have to try and get another position set up. Shinra's board just feels significantly more threatening. This is actually an innocuous kill. I didn't expect Smiley to be this aggressive. However, the boop here means that nothing's going to get a double hit even with, or excuse me, nothing's going to get a double hit with the Gonzo activation, but I guess that's not good enough for Smiley. Fearing the retaliation here, I don't love this positioning. This is 8, this is 13, this is 17. So a Gonzo activation means this is a dead Jin Sting. However, you do get retaliation here from the Mother Load. Collobster. This phobie has now come into much more regular usage than even a few weeks ago. You know, like, I'm not a huge fan of Klopster. I haven't been for a very long time, but I have seen the power level of Klopster used in the hands of experienced and strong players. You do get the juiced more bees. That means that, of course, Innocuous comes in, finishes off Hematic. This is what I was afraid of. Is there going to be a takedown on this Bacula? The boop for the splash. And not quite enough damage to one-shot the Bacula. So this necessitates that the Hevo has to assist. Because otherwise you risk there just being too much damage and you lose your Hematic on the counterattack. But I think this is good enough. It's going to take a hit. Doesn't matter from what, but a hit in order to remove the obstacle. And that means that there's one less hit from these connecting with things. Or from down here. 0 keys to 0 keys. 4 Phobies versus a lot. And to be honest, I don't know if Smiley can get effective takedowns here. Sure, you can break this. You could possibly snipe the snowball. Because, of course, it's going to take some fire damage here. But that's the problem. I don't feel great about that play. Not that Smiley has a whole lot of options at this stage, but that doesn't feel good. Klopster, unfortunately, I don't think has enough damage. Nope. If you could take down the Innocuous, you'd obviously be in a better spot, but even then, I don't think it's good enough. Gonzo's not activated, but there's just... The Yoink is up if you want that. You, of course, have your Hevo, the Hematic, the Klepto. There's too many things that are alive. And soon to be not that many things alive for our blue player. The beginning of the end, or maybe the middle of the end of the end. I don't know. We're somewhere near the end of this game anyway. Oh, getting pings in chat or in Discord. All right, we do have some of the results. So Shadow Force taking their series. Set the Boss also taking their series. So we have our next matchup in that side of the bracket. We're just waiting on results from Shinra versus Smiley, obviously, and Amarkin versus Epic Name. Game. GG. So like I said, Shadow Force defeats Fasiek? I still feel bad about saying the name. I don't know how it's pronounced. Set the Boss advances over Hicks. Shinra and Smiley were waiting to see. I don't know what game that was. An Amarkin versus Epic Name. Let me see where Amarkin and Epic are at. Ooh, we're coming in towards the end of this game. Still round of 8, trying to find out who's going to advance in this part of the bracket. We get a Radiator, and the game's desperately trying to catch us up to the end of this game. Epic Name looking to be in a decent position, but there's like 10 keys and 13 keys. There's a paddles and what? There's like weird stuff happening, chat. I'm good with pronunciation. Well, I'm glad that I'm getting it right. Welcome, welcome. Definitely some fun games when we were watching you play. Definitely some fun games watching you play. So Tooth Fairy, definitely interesting to see. One of the new Phobies. You had fun? I'm glad you had fun. That is the major goal. How is Amarkin? Because so Noughts and Cross is a very interesting map because it's so vertical. It's so vertical. So at the top of this map, this is a lot of pressure up here that, yeah, there's a muffin coming and maybe it'll get to this Hematic in time. But it's going to be a little bit of time before a Markin can actually stage this defense unless they get very desperate. Now, it won't require that much, but was a 4-to-1 panic point advantage, now 4-to-2, stemming the bleeding a little bit. Of course, there is Klepto here, beat up Radiator. This was a very weird game, chat. A very weird game. I wonder if the Firkin was in response to the paddles, or in response to the spider. Admittedly, there's a lot of buttons to press on our blue player side of the board. We get a Hevo 2.0 as the follow-up. Only 3 keys remaining for our orange player. Blue with 0. This is a bold move here with the Crushmore. Like, I'll be honest. Ooh, Hevo 3.0. I'll be honest, I didn't even know A-Market had that phobie. Legitimately had no idea. I don't know that I agree with this Crushmore here. It feels like it's an easy pick. However, on the other hand, if you spend time doing this instead of going Heart, well, you can't really go Heart. There's still over 5k health. You can't get double hits with this Ginsting if you plan to heal it, because you have to walk it back. All right, we are getting the heart pressure, 4375. This looks like A-Markin may have stabilized, to be honest. The Notch is just going for it. Poisons the Firkin. There is a Spa, but this is basically... Yeah, no, never mind. The Firkin will never live. Paddles. Striking down Crushmore. 4-to-2 panic point advantage once again. Is there enough heart pressure? I'm inclined to say no, to be honest. This Hevo alone probably kills this, and then some combination of Stabby, Firkin, Cowbell, and Jar can kill this. Well, actually, you need help in order to eliminate that. You could stick with the AoE here. Now, this feels as though A-Markin has stabilized here. There doesn't seem to be enough pressure. It's going to be close, but things aren't quite in range. And remember, this can't deal damage. This is going to die. It's going to get 1 attack, and then it's going to die. So it's realistically Paddles and Hevo versus all of this. Panic points or not, A-Markin isn't completely on death's door yet. That is a lot of phobie deaths down by Orange's heart. 2,900 health. This has got to be an like, are you just going to let this die to poison? That can't be correct. I just, unless you're using this, you're going to send the Muffin to cap this point? Is that enough damage? $1,600 health. You have to kill everything or cap a bunch of points. I don't think there's enough damage. Maybe A-Markin can't defend this. I mean, you can definitely get this point, and you can kill the Paddles. I mean, like, this much is simple. Recap here. I think Jar takes this. Yep. No more panic point pressure, and a lot of pressure on this Hevo. Hevo 1.0, only 350 damage at level 1. That's not going to be enough. This became a tight game. But it did appear, like I said a few moments ago, that A-Markin kind of had this in hand, despite the obvious anxiety going on here. It's interesting that the heart health is called anxiety level, and you would think if your anxiety level's going down, that you'd be doing better, right? But instead, it's when your anxiety reaches 0, you stop, which, like, kind of makes sense, because it's... I guess you're not feeling anything, because your heart died. Ooh, Lord Shinra defeats Smiley. All right. So this is our last series here for the round of 8, and then we will see who's taking it down in round of 4. Just getting the other players ready, chat. And that's it. Game over. A Markin. Well done. Well played. All right, so in fact, it is Shadow Force versus Set the Boss and Shinra and A Markin for our next set. Or next sets. Why is my room so cold? Why my pillow feel 1,000 times more comfy? I mean, I think we all know the answers to these questions. Like, why is your room cold? Because it's wintertime? Why is my pillow more comfy? Because sleeping's better than being awake? Why do you lose when your anxiety level heart health gets to 0 thing? So what was the explanation? I mean, like, I can concoct a reason, but... So, as mentioned, we're going to jump into the Shadow Force set series to start. We're going to play these sequentially, so the 2 semifinal games, and then the finals. All right, chat, we are jumping in here. Shadow Force versus Set the Boss in our first semifinal. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. Just following up with the other series to make sure they are good. We're going to be doing these sequentially, so that way we can get in the maximum number of games to observe. Ooh, we get a Moly Bully start from Set. This is bold and impressive. If you have no more anxiety, you leave the world of Phobies, obviously. I think that's a reasonable take. I think that's a reasonable take for why that's the way it is. All right. So I don't know, Chad, have you seen this opener before? Is Tiny Tim a common thing? I have seen, if I recall correctly, Moly Bully to the center, and it's difficult. I mean, Tiny Tim is just not going to die, right? Like, there's just no way your opponent's killing it. We get the more traditional opener from Shadow Force with the Gravedigger, but Set electing for this unique play, it is possible. Maybe Moly on here is dangerous, but you have your mobile stim in Gonzo. Don't know. I think Set played Tiny Tim yesterday facing Shadow Force. Interesting. Given Shadow Force went 5-0, I wonder if it's the appropriate call to go back to the well with a strategy that didn't work, but you never know. You never know. Maybe the slight tweak. Puff. Chat. Shadow Force has been known in recent times, and maybe more than recent times, for the Boss Gonzo plays. But Gonzo Puff is not something that I believe we've seen out of Shadow Force prior to this. I'm excited to see where this goes. Mysomania feels like a very powerful Blom map. I had a game last night that unfortunately I DC'd on. I lost my internet, but I had Goon running amok on this map and got some good Goon hits off of the stim. Let's see if Shadow Force can compile that here against Set. Let's see what we can do here. A tractor comes down. Not very surprising in this scenario. Not very surprising. Who do you think, Chad? Who's taking this, given what we have seen thus far? This is where things start. Oh, no. Maybe I asked at the wrong time. Maybe I asked at the wrong time. Because, yeah, you get the Tiny Tim into the Tiny Tim takedown to then get, or the Tiny Tim, excuse me, survived. It was down here. Into the jar snipe. That hurts. That hurts. Just a free pick on the jar. Because of how few Blom effects there are and how infrequently they show up, I know I find it personally difficult to always wrap my head around how to position properly against them. And I think that it is good for the game to have these sort of effects. I think the Blom effects are way more interesting strategically, both usage and defending against, than some of the other effects that are in the game. Like, I find a Blom way more intriguing than, say, an Attractor Pole or an Akira Yoink or whatever. Boss Gonzo. I think it's way more interesting, obviously less powerful than some of those abilities because hitting the whole map is better. You're fired on their entire team is pretty strong. But the Bloms push you in a different direction strategically. So we do get a Blasto. Laser Show Gaming, I mean, I don't know why, but when I see these effects, in my head, I hear the, like, techno air horn sound effect. Every time they go off. Like, the Blom goes off, and then it's... like, it's real bad. It's bad. My brain is weird sometimes. All the time. All the time, chat. Chat, what is happening? What is happening right now, chat? Where are all these lasers coming from? Somebody brought out the glow sticks. Just need Goon to complete the set. I mean, somebody busted out the glow sticks. Is now going to turn into a rave with all the lasers. Does anyone know if Set has Goon? Please, Set, just slam the Goon. Slam the Goon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have a slot open. You have the keys. Slam the Goon. Really? Oh, fair. It's not enough to snipe this, however. And that is the big advantage. I mean, not the only advantage, but one of the big advantages that Shadow Force has in this scenario is there's a Gonzo for Shadow Force. There is not one for Set. That means that any of these Bloms are risking being way more lethal for Shadow Force. Even though you get the electrical damage onto this Gonzo, I think that you take that play. You can always wait for the cooldowns to come back. I don't think that's a problem. And it opens this up for a potential takedown later on, although not single-handedly from this. I have no idea what that is, Onda. Like, literally no idea. Literally none. Fair enough. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Phobies to 7. Because remember, little Tiny Tim hanging out here. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. He's hanging out in the hot tub over here. I'm not going to lie, I look at the healing spot, and because of the cracks on top, it looks like it's solid to me. Does anybody else feel like that? I have to imagine it's at least pseudo-solid, like Jello or something like that, which just seems gross to bathe in, even if it heals you. That just seems wildly unsanitary. This doesn't seem valuable. So, I think what Set's reasoning here is, if Shadow Force commits forces to dealing with the Tiny Tim, then they're not going to be able to contend other areas of the map. The problem is, I don't know that... Like, Shadow Force may just be able to kill this. Since they only have 6 Phobies, they haven't used their Jar, or Snowball for that matter. You can hit it with these 3 and then follow up. The healing gel, strawberry flavored creme brulee. I don't know. Like, am I alone, chat? Am I the only person that thinks that when they look at the healing spa icon? Tell me that doesn't look like it's a solid. Like, what liquid looks like that? I guess if you get one of those special drinks from Starbucks and they make stuff, like put shapes on the top. Chat, I'm busy talking about things that don't matter. And we get a cooked attractor. I'm telling you, the Bloms are rough. The Bloms are rough. This is a rough spot for Set here. Little chomp action for that one. Sorry, chat. I got distracted by making jokes, and we almost missed this. The double Blom. I mean, the tractor's good, but it is kind of made out of paper mache. It was a really good play. I feel bad that I was busy yapping about other nonsense instead of that. Now, I wish I had yeah, the Blom effects are great. The laser effects are fantastic.
That is savage.
Now I can only hear air horns. See, I told you that you hear the air horns now. When once I thought of it, I can't unthink it. My favorite play from Shadow Force when using laser phobia, pull with Moffat then laser. I'm telling you, I really think the game is better. And maybe we'll feel differently in a few months, because as people get Puff, as more beauties, as more goons, as more Blastos make their way into people's collections or get leveled up, or both, maybe we'll get sick of seeing these sort of effects. Maybe they just won't be as interesting, because it's like, oh yeah, well, it's impossible to dodge or something like that. But right now, it certainly feels like it is way more interesting and engaging as both a player and a spectator to have these sort of plays available than the things that people usually complain about. As mentioned, Boss Gonzo, the Attractors of the world, the Akiras of the world. This requires multiple phobies, and it requires a lot of forethought to set up or dodge the various scenarios. Now, the lasers are back. The yoink is back. The boomer prevents some of this, but you could get a double setup here if you really wanted it. You could pull the Innocuous here. That doesn't really get you anywhere. The Gravedigger's out of position and on cooldown. Whenever I bring up Puff on ladder, it feels like everyone is suddenly an expert on dodging beams. I think there's an element with these sort of abilities. It's also present on things with it, like Akira, and ooh, we're getting the pull here on Innocuous. Hold that thought. We could just get a regular AoE. Nope. There it is. You're telling me that play wasn't good enough? What is happening? Just play more beams, see if they can dodge more? It's like that scene from the Resident Evil movie. If you know, you know. Bwom! Yeah, like, this is brutal. You'll get the counter Bwom, but I don't think, like, Set is just toast at this point, right? No pun intended. So, the thought I was trying to articulate a minute ago is that I think there's a level of fatigue that sets in dodging the lasers. Now, that is true also for dodging displacement effects, where there's a push or a pull, setting up to not get a Kyrit into oblivion, and other effects. But eventually, your opponent will slip up. Eventually, they make a mistake, and then you just annihilate them as a result. Maybe. Maybe that doesn't happen. Wooly Bully is the follow-up. 1 key remaining for Shadow Force, 0 for Set by supplementing with this Hevo. I don't think this Puff is dead. Which means that something's gonna, like, this is gonna connect with stuff. If this lives. 775, not like this. You need something other than Hevo. I mean, Stairmaster will do it. There you go. I think Cyclops probably would have done it too. Terraria, so this is a tournament, and there is an option to set all the phobies to level 1. So whenever I run tournaments, all level 1s. All level 1s. And I run a different set of formats. There are multiple sets of formats. So Tiny Terrors only allows you to run commons and uncommons. This is Fright Night. No phobies are banned, but there is a map ban system. Monster of the Week right now has no map bans, but does have blanket phobie bans, so you're not allowed to use certain phobies. There's a listing for all that stuff, and all the rules are in my Discord. Yep, get a little Tiny Tim action. Showed up on the first turn of the game. That's a stimmed Bwom. Tiny Tim, super vulnerable. I think my man's gonna eat. Yep, Tiny Tim. Pushing up daisies. GG. GG, Tiny Tim. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Honda. Yes. I've seen that gif before. Bonk. Bonk is right. Notably, Wooly Bully still able to power down. So can these 3 phobies defeat this entire team of Shadow Force? I'm going to go with probably not. But anything's possible. Anything is possible, chat. It is possible to connect with all three of these phobies onto the Wooly Bully. So 4, 8, 13, 16. Not enough to kill it. That's rough. That's rough. Of course, Shadow Force has the advantage of time. Yes, you're down panic points. No, your opponent can't really pressure you. Ah, I see. Okay. So GG Shadow Force here. I think this one is in the books. All right, back to healing spas. I think that might be Blulian's blood. That's even worse. You somehow made it worse. GG. So there was a desync from Set, but Set is obviously not in great shape in that game. We're moving on to game 2. Let's get to it. It's a Grimace Shake. You know, I never had one of those, chat. All I know is the memes that it gives you diarrhea. Which, like, most McDonald's food probably does anyway. It's not... When you think about it, your body's trying to, like... It takes what it needs, and then it gets the rest out of your system, right? It's probably going, this is poison. It needs to go. That's what I expect. Chat, why does it always come back to eating spiders and pooping? It's always eating spiders and pooping. Getting diarrhea so you can play Phobies in the prime environment. See, it's all about planning. They selling went stonks because of the meme, though. Did it? Or was it after? What are you... All right, chat. DT, you're about to have a stroke. I'm just waiting for the game to start. I'll keep eating spiders until more people start choosing Octonaughty over Moffat. I don't think that's how that works. If you eat enough of anything, your body no longer sees it as poison. So I see we're going with the Dread Pirate Roberts strategy. Shout out to my Princess Bride fans. All right, so Shadow Force is going to be going first on Xylo, which was Set's map choice. I do not quite understand. But here we go. Xylo, Set's map choice. We'll see how this goes. This has been a Shadow Force favored map. I mean, Shadow Force has put in and displayed a lot of prowess on this map. We'll see if Set has a pocket strat to try and bring the series to an even score. Obviously, we get the Snowball opener. I say obviously, but there is the potential that we see an early Gravedigger or something along those lines. But Shadow Force has, of course, 5 keys available on turn 2. Let's see what their follow-up is. Set, however, decided to go for Cats and French Fries, Spud and Electrocat plus Razormouth. This is going to allow, of course, a takedown, transition of the center point to our orange player. Notably, okay, so I was going to say you send Razormouth here, Electrocat in because it's sacrificial, but I guess maybe the Electrocat is intended to then make it easier to take down Cowbell? I'm not sure. Because clearly this is going to die, right? Between Fireball and Innocuous, and then Cowbell replaces, and we get into this 1-key exchange. But we get the other quadrupod. That is, of course, a Tractor down here. A Tractor had a rough go of things on map 1. It got messy very quickly. Crushmore coming in, a regular on a lot of maps, but especially here on Xylo. Once we see the players start to bank, that's when we know Akira's coming. We're gonna see the old Akira off, because I'm pretty sure Set has access to Akira as well. If not, I am even further questioning the decision to choose this map. So panic points are orange here. I guess the positioning this Bachelor is fine because there are ways to kill it for quote-unquote free, but they're not really going to be free. You are going to risk some positional disadvantage and potential takedowns by killing this. Unless you just, do this. Be a little more patient about it. 220 damage onto this Innocuous, softening it up. It didn't have to be like this. It just didn't have to be like this. So Set now banking to 9, as mentioned. Probably going to see Akira pretty soon. If not Akira, some other big nasty. We'll have to see what one actually makes the appearance. Need more water, chat. Almost out. Getting dry. All right, we see the preemptive Firkin from Shadow Force. Does it count as preemptive if there's already viable targets on the board? I'm not sure, but in this case, we do get the Firkin to pressure this Attractor. And there, of course, is the Akira. So the question is, does Shadow Force go for the power down here onto the Attractor? You can, of course, hit it from a relatively safe position. You're not going to die to an Akira. the challenge here is Set doesn't really have a lot of damage. You have the Akira, you have the Attractor, so you have the displacement, but you don't have a great way to set up takedowns. You need probably another turn, maybe two, to get a couple more threats on the board, which gives Shadow Force the opportunity to mount their defense. Now, of course, the one key trading war will favor Set, at least as the board state stands currently, because Cowbell comes in and then it gets eliminated in favor of getting replaced by Electrocat. Given this setup, it doesn't appear that there's going to be... Actually, no, this needs to move. Does it? Yeah, this has to move because otherwise a snowball and the Spud should spell the demise of this Innocuous. I don't think there's any way to get at it now. But Shadow Force is going to have to play pretty defensively. Definitely going to need to buy a little bit of time in order to defend against this Akira, which even despite the low damage output on our orange player side, it's still a big threat. Kind of wish we had another Firkin ability in the game. It's interesting because a lot of people don't want Firkin to exist at all. A lot of people don't want Firkin to exist at all. So it is a tough thing because Firkin is inherently an anti-fun tool. Firkin turns off your ability to do what your phobies are supposed to do. But it is somewhat of a necessary evil. I think it's a difficult argument to make that the game would be better off if Firkin did not exist. And of course, we get the Akira off. So who is going to take the first Akira takedown? With the Attractor powered off, a lot of the threat from Set's side is suddenly less threatening. We do, of course, have the boop, but the boop means... I'm not sure how you're going to boop too much for profit here. Boomer did supplement Shadow Force's forces, so we do have the opportunity here for the trading to go back in favor of Shadow Force. And of course, this is probably dead, ain't it? This is probably dead. Move the Firkin here. Oh, no, it's not. It would need 2 hits. Never mind. I think you underestimate the power of people to complain, Jamerty. I think you severely underestimate how much people love to complain. But it's possible. It's possible. There is a level of... I think it's because people, they don't like Firkin. It's not that they don't have access to Firkin, although that is part of it probably, and then they would understand why it's useful, how to counter it, stuff like that. But the aversion to Firkin is because they don't... Like, I put my cool new toy on the board. I don't want you to just deactivate it. Stress level 150 Phobies is going to be Firkin 2.0. That would be kind of funny. Takedown in the middle here, I assume we're going to see Boomer go in, maybe not. But Attractor shows up for Shadow Force as well as Firkin for Set, so we're getting a very mirrored setup for the most part. I mean, we do have some fairly significant differences, but we have a lot of the big core components showing up on both player sides. That would be funny, however, I wouldn't laugh. Fair enough. Fair enough. With the Panic Point advantage still staying orange, we're getting additional pressure going down on Shadow Force's heart, but 5 keys remaining to 10. Our blue players maxed out will not have access to those 5 keys until something dies. Presumably it will be the Boomer. And the Boomer did not reposition here, presumably to ensure that there wasn't some silliness going to happen up here in the north. I believe Akira probably would have survived all these exchanges, and if that's true, then... it's probably fine. We are maxing out from Set as well, adding a boomer to their own forces. Now, or not, never mind. I was going to say the 1 key exchange will favor Set, both in overall key count as well as keys on the board for easy sacrificial lambs for that center point. Instead, it's going to be Gravedigger, which is interesting. Okay, it's not. Never mind. I'm just going to wait until the turn's over, chat. I'm just going to wait. Yeah, I didn't really like the Repeller, but I also really don't like this positioning. This feels like it's just pleading for something terrible to happen. I guess the Rock is here. Everybody's favorite twerking alien is the potential answer. It, of course, sports sedimentary, similar to stasis, prevents things from getting, well, preventing it, and it, due to its positioning, preventing the Repeller from getting displaced. There's a world where this Akira yoink yields some amount of Set stuff ending up in the Abyss, but I don't know that this is... This is a weird spot to be in. We do have Terraform up. We do not have Firkin up. We do have yoinks available. Of course, Boop was never even used. Set can deactivate this. However, the Firkin shouldn't die. The Firkin shouldn't die. Even if it's here. This is off the stem. This moves down so it can hit it. There isn't enough in range, and the Crushmore can't get there. So, like, I think powering off this Akira so that way you can really push Shadow Force to have to do something else is probably worth it. Depending on where Shadow Force goes this turn. Rockets kind of looks like a car. I can see it. So there isn't quite enough damage here. But as mentioned, this was exposed. Well, actually, you know what? No, the Firkin wouldn't die because then the Akira can't reach it. This will not die to AWOL, not in range, but yep, we do see the Firkin go down. This means that there isn't going to be any yoink shenanigans from Shadow Force, at least as far as Akira is concerned, for a few turns. This is still not enough damage. Brutal, savage, wrecked, absolutely taken down. You can Raucous. You can Raucous and it will live. Like, the Rockets will be here. It'll take some damage, but only this, and the lava can hit it. So that would be 800, 12, 14, 16. Like, I think it lives. I don't think there's any way that it dies. Because you can't also hit with Akira. I think it probably was worth it because there are no displacement effects that can impact you thanks to powering down the Akira. So you just kill this, you'll eventually walk the Raucous back and heal it. It'll take several turns, but that means that this is off the board unless Set is intentionally leaving it there to continue to lock Shadow Force in, meaning that Shadow Force can't supplement their forces. Those 5 keys effectively don't exist. So here's the big play, and the overall positioning mistake, we'll say, is that the Firkin was down here in order to early impact the Attractor and then later Set's Akira. However, Set was able to counter with their Firkin on the same side as Shadow Force's Akira, which is clearly the bigger threat. Global range versus 3 range. Shocker. Global range is better. So that means that this Firkin is going to be a perpetual threat against this Akira unless there is a big positional change. Thanks to Terraform, we're getting more open areas for Shadow Force, which definitely makes sense. This allows you to dodge the Akira much more effectively, but so we're either going to get a quick undo or Set is intentionally sacrificing that so that they can free up a slot. Are they going to see the droney play? Are they going to make the droney play, chat? You can drone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can droney. You can droney to this spot. And I think it kills it. But you have to sack the AWOL. Like, sacking the AWOL, if that yoink works, sacking the AWOL is a great play there. You don't think it kills it that way? It's a straight line, because the attractor would have to be here on the lava, so it's a straight pull, so it may not do it. Additionally, like the Akira... No, the Akira wouldn't be able to reach 1, 2, 3... This would be... Yeah, nothing can reach it. This is clearly the much safer play, right? This is the much safer play. I don't know if that works. That could have been a brilliant move. The more I think about it, the more I think it wouldn't work, because it's trying to pull directly towards the attractor. So if the Crushmore is here on the panic point, because it ended up here on the lava, I think you need to be further that way, rather. I'm trying to figure out which way I'm pointing on the camera. You got to be further that way in order to make the Crushmore move that direction. Was it worth it using Akira to kill Firkin? That, I think, probably should have happened. Removing the Firkin is a big deal. Because then time is on your side, is set. Like, I mean, first of all, you have the panic point advantage. Although you probably won't for much longer, but you have the panic point advantage. Shadow Force has to do something. And if you have the ability to continually turn off their Akira, and then they don't. Could have killed Inoculus too, so I think it's worth it. Did they have... I mean, I got to see the board state again, but I don't doubt it, DT. I think that line was reasonable, and I would be curious, Set, if you're watching this afterwards, let us know why you elected to not go for it. What was... I mean, maybe we're missing something, chat. This is the advantage of, like, being able to go back to the freeze frame. Looks like we're going to get the takedown on Firkin anyway? I don't know about this one. Oh my god. Why does the repeller damage suck so much? Why is repellers so bad? It's actually comical. Repeller is the same damage as Attractor? Yes, but Attractor has a way better ability. Like, you're not incorrect. But I'm blaming Repeller because it's doing nothing other than this. Like, the boop from Repeller, I have been on record, I'm not a big fan of Repeller. I think it has its niche uses. It definitely has scenarios where Repeller is salient. But 99 times out of 100, I want Attractor instead. So we get Raucous to the center. Can get a stimmed hit as well. Like, this is a dead Raucous, right? Everything can hit it. It's just a matter of whether that leaves Set vulnerable. Or leaves Shadow Force vulnerable, rather. That Raucous is dead. It might be. It might be. Still waiting for this Akira to cool down. Of course, since we had the undo, Set's Akira is a big threat here. Getting a lot of deliberation out of Shadow Force here. All right, we finally get the action. What is it going to be? We're getting a full retreat here. So this is not going to be a dead Raucous. In fact, I don't even know if Shadow Force is going to go for anything damage-wise on this Raucous. Now, notably, because of the Furkin, the Attractor is down to simply doing damage. There isn't any other opportunity to, like, set up yoinks into a Tractor Pull. But as you can see, there's clearly a threat here, and now Shadow Force is pushed into expending more keys in order to reclaim the Panic Point advantage. Once again, Set is in control here. Has a 1 key already on the board, has the double Stasis/Sedimentary to prevent any shenanigans from Shadow Force's team. Set can keep poking the heart as well. You risk getting a Tractor annihilated. I mean, right now you could. Like, you could move up and poke, but this is going to be off Furkin cooldown soon. In fact, it's going to get Furkin next turn. You can put it here, and then it'll be protected. Temporarily. But I do think, I can't get away from that a couple turns ago. I feel like Set could have been more aggressive there. Maybe the retaliation from Shadow Force would have been too much, but... So this is not safe from Furkin if Set wants to go for it, but that's... It's a risky proposition. You're going to be on lava, double hit from here. Shadow Force is not maxed out. We have Snowball available. Like, it'd probably be a dead Furkin, right? Why aren't they poking Furkin with Innocuous? Because it'll die. As soon as Furkin goes here, you're going to Akira and you're going to kill the thing. Now, because the cooldown's going to be up next turn for Shadow Force, it might be worth trying to set that up because then you can Akira the opposing Furkin to death. But, yeah, the set Akira is live. Yeah, so you have to be... Ooh, we're getting the Raucous from Shadow Force. Boomer already bit the dust, so... Only Sedimentary on our blue player's side. That was a very, very deliberate turn from Shadow Force. We are getting the Akira yoink. Attractor is available, but not really in range of anything. This was just to turn this off? That doesn't feel good. Can Set use Akira's ability and Furkin Shadow Force's Akira? I mean, yes. I don't know that I like that play. Admittedly, it does change the calculus a little bit. But is this worth it? Is this worth it? Like, I don't think you're killing their Raucous, so why are you doing this? You're just going to lose yours, aren't you? Oh, you're going to run out of time on this turn. All right, we get a takedown on the Snowball. The boop to make sure that... Oh, you're going to run out of time, Set. No, not like this! That was pretty spooky scary. With the last second plays, full retreating, this may cost Set. This may cost Set because you had to pull back so far, tried out a few different things on that turn, didn't like how any of them looked. I'll be honest, I didn't really like how a lot of them working either. This boop doesn't make any sense. Why isn't Furkin dying? Because... the damage sucks. What are you going to do? I don't think either of these need a damage buff. Like, I don't think that's really where you want to go. I could see a health buff on Repeller. Honestly, and I've said this for a while, I don't understand why these don't have their health flipped, but it is what it is. So both Akiras are live and are unlikely to get touched by either player's Furkin for a long time. Not dying to damage, but to push into the pit. I guess. Yeah, I don't see any reason why that wouldn't work the way that you saw. The angles get weird in Phobies when you're talking about displacements. That's why, like, the earlier play with the Yoink here, I do, as I was saying earlier, I do believe that the Crushmore would not have ended up in the pit because it was a straight line here. In order for this repeller to push the Firkin into the pit, it would need to be farther south so that it is pushing in a straight line as opposed to, like, this is almost horizontal because it's only one row down. So Firkin is going to get the power down here. This was the play that Set was trying to set up earlier. I still don't think you're getting this. Like, the obvious goal is to get this to go into the pit, but this is the same line that happened earlier. I think you need this repeller to, like, be where this obstacle is, and that's just obviously not going to happen. I don't know that this Akira into Firkin play is worth it. This is like the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again. They did target the heart, but it's the same thing. Like, a tractor needs to be where repeller is in order to get the Firkin to go up, but even if it was, I don't think that gets you anywhere. So all we did here was trade Akira usages, which admittedly, okay, your Akira's down, my Akira's down, so we're without Akiras for a little while. 4080 on the heart, 6K for Set. I mean, Shadow Force has to make something happen. This is Set's game to lose at this stage. The advantages are in Set's favor because of the panic point advantage. If it was flipped, you could argue that that everything would be flipped, that Shadow Force would be in the position of trying to lose it. Push and pull go like this. First, if movement is in a straight line as possible, that will happen second. What? I think I know what you're saying, DT, but like that first line already confused me. Pushes will prefer horizontal east-west movement, while pulls will prioritize moving towards the puller opponent's heart third. If neither of those priorities determine the direction, it just searches for available tiles in the order northwest, northeast, west, east, southwest, southeast. So it prefers north before south, and then west before east, other factors being equal. Formatting issues, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, the displacement logic can get very confusing. Oh my god, are we going to do this over again? Nothing about this situation has changed! Okay, we get the takedown on the snowball. That's what's changed. Takedown on snowball does happen. Is this a dead Raucous? Probably. 750. 1450. This is a dead Raucous just on board. Before the one key comes in, and of course, like an AWOL could pop out. Isn't it better Raucous on stim? Well, the goal was to kill the snowball, I believe, in which case you wouldn't have been able to get it. There might have been a way to attract... Yeah, like if you would have... Well, the tractor started here, so there was no way... Yeah, you could have moved a tractor up, yoinked the snowball to here, Raucous on stim, But, I mean, you're not killing their Raucous, and then the combination of everything still ends up killing your stuff. You might be able to have booped... Like, if the boop had displaced this also, then yes. Because right now, like, you're just going to lose the Raucous. They found a way to kill Snowball with Raucous on stim like 5 turns ago? Yes. That is accurate. You can just kill it with this. Are you just trying to avoid the damage? Set can really put a hurt on Shadow Force's heart. Kinda. I mean, these are not really great damage output, so you'd get 4 or 5 hits. The problem is you would just lose on the next turn. Like, immediately. Because, like, this moves up, kills the attractor, damage from other stuff kills the repeller, and you probably have enough damage up here to kill the Spud. So, like, yeah, you put a bunch of damage, but you'd throw the game. I don't know that I agree with losing the Raucous there. That was a big component of preventing Akira on multiple levels from ever doing anything of value. That Crushmore's done nothing. It allowed for safer positioning due to the terraforms earlier in the game, but yes, it could have been positioned in other places throughout the course of this game, but I don't know that there were very many options just due to the threat of Set's Akira. Now, we are seeing Shadow Force finally reposition their Akira, hopefully to get away. Like, now the Firkin's in the north, and if this Akira continues down south, now we're getting a much more even footing, where Set had the advantage of Firkin, as I mentioned earlier, being able to line up with Shadow Force's Akira. Crushmore is really holding down the healing gel area. Exactly. You don't want something bad happening to that. You don't want somebody peeing in the healing spot, chat. Crushmore's got to make sure. There's a no peeing in the healing spot sign. And it's on Crushmore's back, apparently. Tickles supplements the forces. Sure, I guess. I don't know. Obviously, to contest the Contortio, which will take a couple turns to get in there. This is a dead Firkin, chat. Did Set just throw? Did Set just throw this game? That's a really big deal. That's a really big deal. Why was that Firkin there? There's the argument that, isn't that the third Firkin deactivated attractor? Third or fourth, yeah. I mean, I think Set has been kind of allowing this to happen. This game has been going on forever. Yeah, this is like turn 75,000. We started this game back... started this game like 100 years ago. Yeah, fatigue might be right. Fatigue might be correct. We get the aggressive push with the Contortio to flip the panic points. It is possible this Crushmore just dies. Double hit. Would have said double hit, but there's 4 keys that can come out. Still need 525 more. I think you should have killed the Contortio with these. Like, you can kill the Contortio, 1 hit from each, back off the repeller. I mean, you can still do it with this. No, you can't. Oh, Set, you're going to run out of time. You're going to run out of time. Yeah, they have to redo it this way. Even the attack animation for Akira takes a long time. Alright, so Eternal Night will take this down. it will tank it and therefore be a threat of displacement, which is part of the reason why Eternal Night showed up. So shout out to Set for the heads up play there. Of course, you get the takedown down here, and Tickles comes in order to replace. Have to get the movement, because otherwise you could get the potential yoink from the attractor to displace Set's attractor, and then bad things will happen. Now, yoinks are live next turn. Yoinks is back online. There might be something happening. We'll have to see. But, of course, Shadow Force has maintained their Firkin, maintained their Raucous, so there's still some options to prevent really serious problems due to Akira. But realistically, this is going to pull back. Shadow Force has to find a way to claim these panic points. Down goes Tickles. I don't know that I love that. Because this is a dead attractor now. You have to put Raucous here, or this is a dead attractor. It might be dead anyway, to be honest. Shadow Force, the great player that they are, of course, recognizes the scenario here. Now, you still can get the pull, but I don't think there'll be enough damage. It's not going to quite be enough. Oh, never mind. You don't have the yoink here. So you displace with Akira. I don't know that this does anything for you. This map is tough without pullers. The map is, like, horrendous without pulls. There's an argument that this map is horrendous anyway, but... Raucous goes down. Ooh, standing your ground here. I don't know that I agree with that one. Wait, did you... I don't know how many actions the Repeller took. Like, it moved to... got displaced to here. It could move and then get a direct hit. Or did you have to do... I think they had to commit a hit here onto the Raucous, and that's why. Yeah, you definitely poke it. I think you can poke it with both and be fine. Yeah. Yeah, the displacement works. Push with the Eternal Night, at the very least, will lead to some damage here. Obviously, Shadow Force is going to have to reclaim it. 4-to-1 panic point advantage. Suddenly, there is a lot of pressure. This is a good heads-up play here. So this should lead to... How much does this do? 350? Actually, this... You're not going to kill anything here, I don't think. No, you can kill the Repeller. Either by sending this in or moving these down. Like, you should be able to get the Repeller. Oh, you're going to have to use the Raucous. You have to use the Raucous to get the rest of the damage. Which, of course, this means Raucous is going to go down in short order. But this will allow Splash to... Oh, no, because it goes up. Never mind. I was going to say, if the attractor ends up here, you get a double hit. Shadow Force forced into being aggressive with these Phobies. Of course, with the threat of yoinks, you can't just walk up and kill the Inoculus, but you can just yoinks right now and kill the Inoculus with your Akira. 13:20 left on the heart. We're coming to the conclusion of this game in short order. I think what you do is you move the Akira and then boop the their Akira into the pit. Because they can't kill your Akira with the Inoculus. And if they stay, you're going to kill it anyway. Down goes Raucous. Because you could have, like, the Akira, if you move north, Akira ends up here, then you move up, and the Repeller can boop it. No, it'll end up going right back. Never mind, that won't work. That won't work. Regardless, Akira goes down anyway. A Tractor will have an opportunity for a pull, Firkin on the stem, but the reality of the situation is there's a lot more orange than there is blue left in this game, chat. I think we're going to game 3. Down goes Repeller. Down goes a Tractor. Set doing the impossible, we'll see. Suddenly, these odds got a lot more even. Get it? It's funny. It's a play on words. Not really. Obviously, you can walk Akira up. There's realistically no threat here. Panic points flipping the other way. 13-20. You can take down the Boomer, but you can't kill the Akira. There's no way to stop Set from claiming enough points to end the heart. Only 720 health. This was a long one, chat. A marathon of a game. But very well played by both players. Definitely a lot to learn from this one. GG. On to game 3. Chat. These games. Bold. Loving when the underdogs win? Yep. It's fun to see the underdog. All right, let's see. Ergo. This should be a much quicker map. Lesson learned, games only go into motion when one of the Firkins dies. Well, it definitely did accelerate the game because Firkin is going to inherently slow down games. All right, so the players are getting set up for game 3. Like I said, they're going to be on Ergo. Just trying to get this squared away. So we're definitely going to have a longer session this time, chat. We, of course, have the other semifinal to go through and then the final. So strap in. Hope everybody took their potty breaks and already ate because, yeah, it's going to be a long one. Game 3, semifinal number 1, Shadow Force, Set the Boss, Ergo. Let's do it. We're getting a unique opener from Set, actually a quick murder wing to the stem. This is not something I've commonly seen, but I do like it. Obviously, Shadow Force's opener, much more regular. Smaller map this time, much more constrained, no abyss tiles. We may see Akira, but it's less likely. I anticipate we're going to see the good old-fashioned Gonzo boss out of Shadow Force, but what does Set have in their pocket? Does Set have a strategy ready to try and take this game 3? Just double checking the other series. We're going to get them underway soon. Bonzo Goss. Something like that. Imagine having Akira. Couldn't be me. I'm just reading the chat from the other game. Of course, we want to play these out separately so that way we can see as many games as possible. We can't realistically do it with the round of 8. There's just too much. Shadow Force banking to 6. I think we know where this is going, chat. I think we can see where this is going. 2 spots open. I wonder what those spots could be filled by. It leaves a lot up to the imagination. Or does it? In fact, 2 more banks will allow for boss into Gonzo pretty cleanly. Set on 4 keys. We have an even setup for panic points. 1 key is available, but neither player understandably wants to sacrifice them going in. However, we do get the aggressive capture by Shadow Force. Gonzo was the first phobie, definitely makes sense. Slower mover, want to get it into play faster. Does Set have boss? I'm not sure. I don't know. We're going to find out. I don't know if boss is the answer to boss, but we have seen some unique responses, including last night we watched a non-Fright Night game where the answer to boss Gonzo against Shadow Force was Honey Bear Furnace Face. Honey Bear Furnace Face. It's pretty good. Gonzo juicing up Stabby, getting the quick takedown there just to eliminate the cat that allows Stabby to retreat so that you don't have to worry about the Attractor. Now, Attractor is, of course, going to be exceptionally vulnerable to the inevitable boss that is going to hit the board here. It's going to be very difficult to protect it because in order for you to be in range of doing anything of value with it, because there's been no Terraform from Set, you're going to be next to another phobie, you're going to be next to your heart, and then guess what? You're just going to get cooked. You're going to get cooked. Now, given the position of the stem and, of course, meatball options and other things, it is possible that if boss goes in, it gets blown up because you yoink it even closer to your team and give it a good old-fashioned bear hug with all of your phobies. I don't know how well that's going to work out. 7 keys are available for Set to answer. Shadow Force is actually tanking a lot here. We're going into the think tank. But ultimately, it is the culinary expert himself, the supervisor. It's boss. Gonzo is down, and of course we can see here that it's 800 damage between the fire, the initial damage, and Gonzo, so it's not enough to just snipe the Attractor right away, hence why I was explaining that you could hypothetically take down the boss by sacrificing your Attractor. But we're seeing a more defensive posture from Set here. Way defensive. Like, this Attractor is not in the game right now. Now, Shadow Force, only 6 keys remaining, 13 for Set. We're getting a Graylien. Urk is getting excited. Urk, if you're out there on the interwebs, I bet you can feel a disturbance in the Graylien force. So you can't... This is not a great... this isn't a spectacular you're fired. But it's not bad. It might not be bad, but I think you're going to lose the boss because you'd have to be like here. So then Graylien comes up here, you swap, double hit, meatball off of stem. This could reposition to poke. Actually, you don't even need to. So 2 hits, 1 hit, and then something else coming out. Snowball, jar, that sort of thing. Probably jar, because I don't think the snowball has any good way to position unless you break out a Gravedigger this turn, but then you wouldn't be able to supplement with that anyway. Supplement that setup. So Shadow Force, of course, debating. You can't easily cap that top panic point. Is Shadow Force going to commit a 1 key? No, it's a bank to 6. I'm a little surprised because the one key is kind of how you would get in there. You need to force Set to do something, or this could simply be, and we've debated about this before, ignore the panic points and just say that's not even part of my game plan. I don't care. But we have triple one movers on our blue player side, meaning positioning is going to be a little bit more complex in this scenario. But Set doing a great job of making sure that you are spread out. The boss is gonzoable, if you can call that a verb. So you could hit the Grailian, tag the heart. The Grailian swaps, you get double hit, one hit. Well, it would probably be one hit, meatball, you reposition, double hit, and then snowball. I don't know if that's enough damage. I feel like the panic points being ignorable is a map issue. It's not uncommon in this sort of stage where yes, I think this is a problem that gets solved by different or better map design, but it is a difficult thing to accomplish, to completely avoid any stalemates. New verb just dropped, gonzoable. Yep. See, the thing is, I don't think Shadow Force can really go in here. I think you end up losing your boss and therefore the game. This must have been what the bank was for. Shadow Force knew that it was going to be Firkin. Shadow Force knew the Firkin going to try and push out the Grailian. How is Set going to respond to this? Honestly, their own Firkin, is that worth it? I'm not sure. You already have 2 displacement effects. I feel like you need a little bit more damage. So if you're not, Shadow Force is playing back, you're not going to be able to pop out a snowball to Grailian swap into a snowball to take it down. I think you need to try and put something else on the board. Crushmore is feasible. I like the idea of Terraform here, either to block Shadow Force out or set something up by opening up your side of the board. What? Is this real life? Or is this just Phobies? You got Glob. The game plan is cement. Sure. The secret big brain strat, Glob the boss. I don't know. I mean, I get it. I do get it. I don't hate it. That's kind of how I feel about it. I can see where this can work. I can envision the world in which this works. However, it feels like it's asking a lot. Notably, neither player went for Terraform, so I agree with Shinra that this is really cramped right now. This is really cramped. Just some repositioning. It is interesting to see that boss can't just go in and ruin your day. The boss can actually go up here. Yeah, like do it, you're fired here, and like this is, you can probably just kill the Glob. Takedown here on the Unicorn. There aren't really any 2 keys that are going to come out to threaten this. I mean, I guess Droney. You could swap the Stabby. Like, come here, switcher you to Stabby, so you end up in these scenarios. You can then, combination of these and something coming out, you can blow up the Stabby, maybe? Glob could work against Gonzo Boss, but unfortunately Set doesn't have enough damage. Yeah, it's also just wildly out of position at this point. Obviously, you got to reposition away from the fire. Because, like, here, do you really want to send in Glob if you're walking away? No, right? And now you're going to have the opportunity to just continually pick at the Glob. If Glob goes in, it dies? Exactly. Exactly. You already have the positioning on the stim. You have a lob. You have another range guy that would... Well, you could have had 2 range guys. Like, the whole team can hit it. That's why I didn't really like Glob here, because you need the Gralien and the Attractor to support it so that you can force the Glob to interact. The problem is if you do that, you're going to eat a You're Fired, which is the whole point of what you're trying to avoid here. So I think this is just a dead pick. Would Crushmore be better? I think Crushmore would have been better. But I don't think this combination is going to work out into Boss Gonzo. I don't know that Attractor is good into Boss Gonzo, like, at all. Because there's a risk that it just... I mean, you don't get one shot, but there's a risk that you just die. Also, this positioning means that, once again, there's nothing supplementing the Glob. It can't go in, and now it's just toast. This map is cramped. Boss has a lot of places to hide, and there's not a lot of great ways to position to keep from getting multi-hit. Right? Like, there's just not. So while the panic points have yet to be in favor, well, I guess they were for a brief turn. Like, a little bit of damage went down on set, but there's just not a great place to try and enforce panic point pressure. Would it be going early Terraform been good? That's what we commonly see on this map, is you see Gravediggers, not usually Crushmores, but Gravediggers show up fairly commonly in order to try and break these obstacles, and even the middle ones, to allow for better positioning. We get the Firkin onto the Attractor. That means Boss is free to take this point. I don't see a world where Set wins this game. At this stage, no, honestly. Should have dropped the Hydra. Honestly, a Hydra into this would not be horrendous. The problem is you kind of need the Hydra to swing down the bottom. Because if you come across the top, there's the risk of, like, not only do you get hit on the way, but then you have to fight through a stim. Hydra has a lot of HP, but if something's stimmed, it's going to eat it pretty quick, as well as the rest of the team. So you have to come from this direction, and then you ultimately still have to contend with the stim. There are a lot of things that could have gone differently in this game for Set, but I think it ultimately came down to Phobie selection. There were too many overlapping keys, too many wasted keys invested in Phobie. Like, this Glob has done nothing. This Glob has done nothing. I don't know that, like, Attractor kind of influenced Shadow Force's positioning, but that's about it. Once the Firkin hit the board, that was put to rest. I think the Glob would have been better as Honey Bear. It would have been difficult to set things up the way you want, but there's a world in which you can maybe keep your stim and puke on stuff. I don't know if Set has access to Furnace Face. This is realistically just a very difficult combination to fight into. Shadow Force, however, can throw the game. It is not impossible to lose this game. You do have to put in a little bit of effort to make sure that you are not going to end up in a bad spot, but you can also, like, stim You're Fired. Kill this, maybe kill this. Well, you won't kill this. Wait. This won't be dead, but it will end up dying pretty quickly. And you Gonzo, you stim, you hit the heart, this dies, this will die. Although there's probably a trap here. There's probably a trap here, which is why Shadow Force didn't go in. Grayling with that 90s cartoon hurt animation. Swap Firkin and walk away. You won't get the chance to use Grayling, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If I were in Set's position, I'd probably just surrender, to be honest. This looks horrendous. This will be another game where we're counting out the one panic point advantage or panic point damage over and over and over again. Boss may have to retreat. That'll give Set an opportunity to maybe heal their own stuff. Or not. We're just going to see a You're Fired onto Kablamo, like the whole team. So we probably will see Glob connect, get 1,000 damage hit onto Boss. Boss will die as a result, and then the question is, can Shadow Force clean up against the rest? You think Murder Wing is a good pick here? By Set, I think it was fine. Honestly, I think the play that Shadow Force went with would be fine. Would I rather have Gravedigger? I'd rather have Gravedigger, but I don't mind Murder Wing. The thing is that at this point, it is pretty well known that Shadow Force prefers Boss Gonzo, so you have to go into the game assuming that's going to happen, and the question becomes, can you answer Boss Gonzo with the things you're putting on the board? And in this case, I don't like Set's setup. I think neither does Set. GG, Shadow Force takes it 2-1. On to the next. Definitely some well-played games. Definitely some very interesting games. An impressive setup in Game 2. But unfortunately, the favorite takes it. I guess it's unfortunate depending on who you ask. So the next up is Shinra A. Markand. We'll see how this goes. The winner of that will go on to play Shadow Force in the finals. We'll see if we get a repeat of last Fright Night or not. It wasn't the finals for last Fright Night, but A. Markand did upset Shadow Force in the top 8 last time around. What are the top 5 most oppressive phobies that force opponents to play around you? Akira, Attractor, Boss, Gonzo, and Fire Ant? Bluelian is more an answer. Unicorn? Cupcake? Cupcake is hard because it's like there's no... At a certain... Like right now, I don't think any of my opponents have Cupcake. Like I don't play around it because it's so rare. But if it were more common, Cupcake probably would be. Invades would be almost impossible because you'll just get annihilated. Here we go. We're waiting for the countdown. We are starting. I think this is the first time we actually got into the game as the game was starting. A. Markand, Shinra, semifinal number 2, Vile Vortis. Let's see what we got. We got game 1. This was, I believe, A. Markand's choice. This was A. Markand's choice, so we'll see what they do. In my opinion, they should buff for 100, 200, 300 for the different key costs. So Cupcake at 100, I assume, Gonzo at 2, and Scritch at 3. I think that's also reasonable, or a reasonable way to do it. There are a number of ways to nerf Cupcake that I think would be acceptable. But putting that aside for the moment, A. Markand banking to 8? Is this a beauty opener? This has to be beauty, right? I mean, I guess it could be boss. What is happening here, chat? Players are, everybody across the board has been thinking a lot, which I understand. It is a thinking person's game. But, yeah. There's been a lot of deliberation. Afternoon stream, sort of. We're already into hour 3 at this point. We still have another match to go after this match, and this is only game 1. Evo 2.0. Who could have seen that one coming? Now, notably, because of Shinra's response, they weren't able to cap as large of a panic point advantage or remove the cowbell. World Finals for League didn't start until 4:30 a.m. Oh, no. That's not good. All right, so we're getting a panic point advantage going to A Markin. Big shock there, given the existing board position. Hevo 2.0 also supplementing. So this Hevo from Shinra's probably going to have to retreat. You can get some supplemental damage from the Snowball, but that's not really going to be enough to take any of these down. Plus, Snowball appropriately taking the top panic point, evening them out. I like this from Shinra. There is an escape path. There's no real way for A Markin to lock this Hevo in, and even if you do, it may not even be profitable. Crushmore positioning to also be a threat. The problem is, with this positioning, you don't have a great way to get both of these in the action. I probably would have liked to have seen the Crushmore here, so that way Hevo could slide up. Then you threaten two Crushmore hits, a Hevo hit, and a Snowball Fireball onto this. Is that enough damage? That's 8... 12, 17. It's not enough to kill it, but you put a big hurt on this Hevo and then threaten, hey, maybe I'll go in and dive it later. Or it's going to sit on the healing spa for 100 turns. Shinra really debating here on what the follow-up is. Running out of time. Turn almost over. All right, locking it in. 3-2 panic point advantage. How would I make the reindeers viable? The, like, Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail? They probably just need a stat buff. Or make, like, you could buff the Jackalope King enough that it warrants putting them. The problem is, I don't know that you want... Like, a world where they're viable might be a very frustrating gameplay. Like, they are viable now, just not as a core strat. And I think that's kind of the problem with a lot of people with Phobies. I'm a little surprised A Markin didn't just straight up block this in, but there's nowhere for Snowball to retreat. So this is a heads up play by A Markin, because now this Snowball is in fact trapped. It can only run to here. And then it's going to meet its untimely demise. Follow-up Crushmore from A Markin. Additional threats. This is a significant pick. Like, this matters. But yeah, as far as the Jackalopes go, I think the big deal is that they have a place. They are a cheap resurrect phobie that's a little bit bigger than Jill and Ted. Yes, there's the insinuation that you should be playing them all together because of Jackalope King, but that doesn't need to be the case. And it does feel, on one hand, that it's chewing up at least 2 more slots, like phobie slots, than it should, because Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail are kind of redundant. But just because they don't work in that primary way does not mean that that is their only function. Like, that may not be the preferred strategy for players because they want to use it as the whole swarm. But that doesn't mean that it's the appropriate place. So we are seeing the Snowball takedown, getting some pressure onto this Crushmore. Honestly, I kind of would have liked to see this roll up to here, because then there's just no way the Crushmore can stay, although it realistically can't anyway. Cowbell survived? Yeah. That's a big, big deal. And I have to imagine that the assumption for both players was that it was going to die, because it wouldn't have mattered. You know, like, it was going to die to the fire damage, meaning that the Snowball can't escape, so who cares? But the fact that I almost said Cowbell lived means that this thing is going to live to recap another point. And that's a huge deal, because that's more time, tempo, and keys that Shinra is going to have to invest to deal with a Cowbell. Gonzos for both players. Only the Snowball taken down thus far. And Klepto. We're seeing all the usuals show up. 6 keys for a Markand. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Klepto of their own make an appearance. Panic point advantage is the major thing in a Markand's favor. And we're pretty even on keys, 16 to 15. The boards are fairly even. Triple Hevo from a Markand, let's see it. I mean, this is the map for it, right? This is definitely a lobber-favored map. This is an interesting break. I don't remember the last time if I've ever seen this obstacle get broken. To be honest, like, this one would make more sense. Because then, hypothetically, you could have Gonzo on the spot, juice something, and then also be able to hit the center. Or, if it's on the spot, to start, move up and then hit something. Allow a little bit easier movement for Gonzo. Yeah, your opponent would also get sightlines with their own Gonzo, but that means their Gonzo had to be, like, here already, which means it's probably overextended. But we're seeing exactly that from Shinra, breaking the center obstacle. One of the center obstacles. And we get the second displacement for Shinra. I almost said the first displacement, but it's actually the second because we have Hevo 2.0 before that, but the first yoink for either player. This is looking like it's also going to be a long one, chat. Neither player willing to give up any easy games to their opponent. Does Shinra have Akira? I'm not sure, but in fact, I do know that a Markand has Hevo 3.0. I can tell you that much. We got the whole Hevo family showing up. There can be a yoink on either Hevo here, but Gonzo Hevo 3.0 is going to make you really wish that you didn't show up on our doorstep. You're going to have a bad day. 7 keys to 10 remaining, only 5 available right on this turn for Shinra. I don't like this. You can't kill this. There's just no way, right? There's just no way you're killing it. You have to get away from this. My guess is the Moffat implies Shinra does not have access to Akira. Otherwise, that seems a little redundant. I used Oopsie against 3.0 on this map once, and it was really good. Any power downs are good against Hevo. 3.0, of course. It really does make a significant difference. Yes, you still get the AoE. Yes, you still get fire. But the damage output is just drastically lower. And that's the whole point. Would the Black Cat be good then? Bad Omen? I could see it being valuable. It's difficult because you have to get into melee range. Like Wooly Bully or Oopsie is just easier to connect with. And Oopsie especially provides additional utility by being a 3-ranger. Admittedly, a 1 movement, so it makes your positioning a little awkward, but you have mostly 2 movers on Shinra's side at this stage, what both players do. I would have liked to see a Markand swing this cowbell down to like here. The reason being is that then you could get it onto this, force a 4-to-1, and then Shinra has to do something. At this point, both players, we're going to be looking like that Xylo game, and we're going to be staring at each other for 100 years because there isn't really a need to go in. Now, since we didn't ultimately see the breaks on these center points, there can't necessarily be like, oh, I come down, because A Markand didn't break theirs. This Crushmore comes in, this Spider slide, and then suddenly you blow up the Hevo or something. I don't even know that that's feasible anyway, but getting the big repositioning. Notably, Shinra staying out of the 3 range for Hevo. Why 3 range? Well, you can move up the Hevo, you could swing in, put a block down, and then all of a sudden you can lob onto the said block and then hit things that are here. And if it's juiced up by Gonzo, there could be some significant damage coming in. But we are going to see the power down. It's Wooly Bully, 300 damage. Remember, it's only 350 base damage from Hevo 3.0 rather at level 1. So Wooly Bully and its power down is range, so you don't have to truly commit. Although in this case, I expect the Wooly Bully's going to eat it. This is pretty bold from A. Markin. This is actually really bold. I think what I want to see is put the Gonzo here. I guess it's fine where it is, because the Gonzo could represent juice either on this Hevo or slide down and juice this Hevo, thereby negating the power down. We do get a Firkin that, of course, interacts with multiple Phobies, like 5 out of 7 Phobies, 5 out of 6 Phobies. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so this and this are the only Phobies that will dodge the Firkin, the Hevo, and the Klepto. Everything else could potentially be impacted. But this play here, this push means it is the 4-1 panic point advantage, significantly more damage going down on the heart, and not really an easy way for Shinra to invade. You're not going to get a yoink here. As mentioned, the Gonzo could spell the demise of different Phobies here. But A. Markin's going to have to concede one or the other. You're not going to have enough damage realistically to threaten both sides. So while you could Gonzo this Hevo and splash a ton, then you're not killing the Crushmore. Or you could take down the Crushmore, and you're going to have to retreat with Hevo. And I think the answer here is you probably kill the Crushmore, walk away from these, and be fine. Although I could see the argument to do it the other way. I don't like this from Shinra, because this actually closes off your Spider. Because the Spider could come through because you need the Crushmore to reposition in order to threaten the Crushmore here. And yeah, your Shinra's Crushmore can lob back, but if you displace everything, you get a much more powerful push. Or counter push. This is a little weird, but it does allow for the Wooly Bully to get better angles. Hypothetically. Zero keys to 3 remaining. This game feels very much in A. Markin's favor. We'll see if it actually plays out that way. Due to the retreat here, it allows A. Markin to now get the Firkin into position, at least for next turn. We get a big old boop. 1, 2, 3. This is a dead Hevo. I think this is a dead Hevo, but it would then allow for a Gonzo'd hit from Hevo 3.0 on the follow-up, because Shinra would have to regroup, collapse onto Hevo 2.0, and then you just take an enormous amount of damage. That might be worth it, though, to try and force that second engagement. We'll see here. Ultimately, didn't go for the displacement. Shinra, what do you have in store? You got to make something happen. I think you need to isolate away from the Hevo, which is kind of tough at this stage. $700 damage on this Hevo. You're not going to kill it. Yeah, that is not worth it. So, it's going to come down to whether you can get a Spider yoink, I think. And if I'm A. Markin, I'm turning off the Spider now that it's in range. The only way I think Shinra gets back into this is due to a displacement pick on something significant. Ideally 3.0, then probably Gonzo followed by 2.0, but the Gonzo's never going to be exposed. That's a big displacement. Similar to what we saw earlier, this will be a dead 2.0. Only 1,600 health remain. Oh, this is a dead 3.0 unless you do something crazy. I don't know that that's worth. That's gonna live by 5 health. Can't even blame levels, chat. It's all level 1. Womp Womp is in fact correct. Womp Womp. I don't love this. I don't love that because then they're just going to pick... Like I said, the way A. Markin loses this game is through a spider pick. I think Hevo needs to be... This is to dodge the Woolly Bully. But I think as long as Hevo's in a reasonable range, such that you can double hit with Gonzo in retaliation, I think you're okay. The other option is, like, you could have just turned this off, and then you leave your Hevo in range and just don't die to the pole. Like, put it... If you put it here, I don't think they can muster enough damage to kill it. Even with a spider yoink. So now you give up that panic point advantage, which you can reclaim with the cowbell relatively simply. But it's just way less pressure on the heart, and there's only 3k health left. A few more turns, and it would have been desperation territory for Shinra. Now you've extended your options by a lot. Not an enormous amount, because you're still down panic points, you still have to find a way to get in there, and A. Markin still has 3 keys. But Shinra by no means is out of this game. There's definitely an opportunity to take this down if A. Markin makes any missteps. So we get the power down on 2.0. There is an abundance of targets for this Firkin, so it becomes a weird question of which one are you going to target down. So there's a world where, like, you block here or something. I don't love that. This is still dead. This is the kind of tough scenario in Phobies where it really... It can be very challenging sometimes to actually close a game out. If your opponent is a good player, as Shinra is, it is difficult to get them to commit into something that is foolish, and you can just blow them up. And similarly, the other way around, Shinra trying to goad A. Markin into making a mistake. In this particular case, it behooves our blue player to just play defensively. So we're going to get the yoink here. I doubt there's enough damage. Nope. Just shy. And if A. Markin wasn't sure before, that is important information if they were being lazy about counting it, to know that Gonzo plus these is not sufficient damage. Getting further destruction of the environment. You could, like, Gonzo, Hevo 3.0, you can't displace. This is too far back. I was going to say, like, you could do that, displace, and then you probably survive because we know there's not enough damage yet. But you can't displace, so you'll be in the teeth of their team. I think this should be going down here just to apply additional pressure. 2,400 health on the heart. Shinra doesn't have very many more turns to make something happen. It is unlikely that this dies, but I guess not impossible. Obviously, these are for body blocks to protect the back line. Little brother doing Big Brother's... protecting Big Brother. Although you could say that Hevo 3.0 is actually the little brother in the relationship because the older brother is Hevo 1.0 by definition, right? Was this A. Markin's mistake? You'd have to gonzo the Klepto to clear this cleanly, yoink, and then you can get everything else to connect. Big Brother Chomp is watching us all. I don't know about that. Although I will say, speaking of chompers, somebody suggested the idea of an undead T-Rex, aside from me, as a phobie. Devs, I'm just saying. People are calling for it. We need chompers in the game. We need chompers in the game, and I'll laugh my ass off if they do it and it's actually named chompers. Rusty is kind of chompy. I mean, there's a few phobies that would constitute chompy. That someone was Karst? Yeah, I couldn't remember who it was. I did respond to Karst, but like I just forgot who it was. What's the best chomper in the game? Jaws, probably, right? This is a dead spider? I think this is a dead spider. This is a dead spider if a Markin wants it, and I think you just push up with everybody else. Because then no matter what, Jaws doesn't even chomp, though. He does when he just eats. Well, what do you think chomping is? He's got them big choppers. He does headbutt for his attack. I have to look at the animation again for, otherwise, like, yeah, Rusty's up there, certainly. Who else bites as their attack animation? Chomp is like a big bite. Yeah, like if you chomp something, it's like a big bite. Doesn't he do that when he eats something? Like when you feed him something? It's not necessarily eating. Yes, but it could include eating. Radiator guy eats. Does he? I don't know if Radiator does. No, Alligator slaps with its tail, doesn't it? Cassowary certified chomper? True. Big true. What about Moffat? The big old teeth coming out. Do we count that as a chomp? I don't know if that one qualifies. It's kind of more of a stab. $1,400 health. I gotta admit, this is tough for Shinra. I don't know how Shinra gets out of this. It's like a teeth sting. I mean, yes. That's what spiders do, I guess. That's one way to describe it. A tooth sting. Oh, we're gonna see something wild here. I have to imagine Gonzo Hevo, because, like... You have to follow up with the rest of the team on this, right? Like, there's no reason to do this unless you're gonna go in. Which, again, I don't know that A. Markin even has to do. I think this is fine. Remember, 1,200 health on the heart, panic point advantage, 200 damage a turn. There aren't too many turns left. Shinra has to push. I think the defensive play is better for A. Markin. Like, just, again, like we were saying earlier, don't die to the spider yoink. Now, the problem here is, of course, Wooly Bully can connect, or could have connected on Hevo 3.0. Can now have these as viable targets. There's no point in hitting the Gonzo for obvious reasons. But if you commit in as Shinra, even if you power something down, the Gonzo's right there to buff the damage again. Now, the Spider can get a yoink onto this Hevo. You can, of course, come through, break, and pull, but that's probably not even worth. Instead, we get the displacement. This Hevo is presumably going to slide down here. We'll get 4-1 going the other way. Maybe not. Klepto with the big splash. This is, in fact, not a dead Hevo 2.0. Maybe? Cowbell dies. And in fact, it is a dead Hevo, but you're going to get a Gonzo'd retaliation from 3.0. I don't know that this is how you want this to go, Shinra. That would have been very, 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 very scary. Wouldn't it be cool to have some way to give both players an unlimited collection for tournaments like these? Yes. If there were ever first-party tournaments, like say there was a Phobies World Championship, I would love to see that. For, you know, like if you qualify, then, okay, once you make it past the open bracket or whatever, you now are at the point where they just unlock a collection for you, and they have, like, temporary accounts that you play on or something. I'll be honest, I don't think I ever see that happening. Fire and Baby Snakey are both good chompers, too? True. Wait, does Will Wuffalo bite? Little cowbell slapping. Little cowbell bonking. Boop! Dead spider. Or not. It's funny the players keep testing all of this stuff. Be like, is this a good play? I'll just not do it. Never mind. Power down once again. Firkin connects with the Hevo 2.0. 1,000 health left on the heart. I mean, the displacement is clearly for the damage, but... yeah, you don't kill it now, and you lose out on the fire damage. There you go. Dead Spider, powered down Hevo. Things are actually in range of punching the heart as well. You can get a Wooly Bully connection if you clear out one of these first. And of course, Shinra has their own Gonzo, but this might be looking like the last turn. Or certainly close to it. In fact, it was the last turn. GG, A. Markand in Game 1. All right, let's see what they got for Game 2, chat. Let's see what they've got for Game 2. All right, chat, we are back. I have some news. Shinra has elected to surrender and advance A. Markand into the finals. So we now have our showdown. It is, in fact, going to be A. Markand versus Shadow Force, and we'll see who is our champion for this event. Unfortunately, because this is being run in the Eastern United States time zone, it's naturally not conducive to all parts of the world as far as timing goes. So, understandably, some of the players are playing at odd hours, and I certainly can't blame them. Absolutely always prioritize your health over anything, but certainly playing in Phobies. So, we're going to get the other players underway. They are doing their map bans now. In fact, A. Markand is not going to let Shadow Force have access to Xylo. This is a rematch of, to be honest, multiple Fright Nights. So we'll see who takes it down this time. Shadow Force, a multi-champion themselves, as well as A. Markand. And in fact, in many occasions, one of the players had to defeat the other, either in the finals or on their way to the finals. So it looks like Xylo, Teen Spirits, Carousel, and Red Rum. Shadow Force going with Vile Vortis, a very popular map. Makes me wonder why. I really like this map, but we'll see what the players can do. Here we go, chat. Game 1 of the finals, A-Markin versus Shadow Force. We'll see who takes it in Fright Night number 11. This was, in fact, Shadow Force's pick. And as mentioned earlier, the bans were Xylo, Team Spirit, Carousel, and Red Rum. Getting a lot of deliberation on turn 1 already. Players definitely wanted to extend their playtime, we'll say, in this particular Fright Night. I see plenty of Akira on Vortis and never any stasis. I could see that. Akira is still busted there, just a fraction less. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things that it goes to highlight how powerful Akira is, that even under the quote-unquote best circumstances for stopping it, slowing it, preventing it, stymieing it, whatever, you still can pull off ridiculous things. You can still pull off ridiculous things. So we get a unique opener. A-Markin had done this previously on Vile Vortis, opening Cowbell, banking 8. However, Shadow Force, instead of going, say, Snowball Cassowary, which we commonly see from player 2, or even just Snowball to cap this middle point, it's Hevo 1 key. We've watched a bunch of Shadow Force games on Vile Vortis. I don't know that we've watched Shadow Force games going second on Vile Vortis. So this is potentially something new. It definitely makes sense from a number of perspectives on why you would do this, but it is still notable. Now, the play here is going to be to soften up the Cowbell and cap your point safely. Honestly, I almost would have liked to have seen this Hevo go here, because it's clearly not going to die, and then it can just escape back to its own spa and heal off the damage. If A-Markin's Cowbell decides to come in and reclaim that, guess what? Your Hevo's already in position to blow it up. And then, of course, this Cowbell can cap this point safely. Now, Shadow Force has 10 keys available. We'll see what Big Nasty decides to make an appearance after this. A-Markin with 8. We saw what their opener was in the semifinals. We're going to get a similar strategy here. I don't really see many flaws to the all the Hevos plan. They're lobbers. They're very mobile compared to, I guess, one movers. Gonzo clearly makes everything a threat, and even just Hevo 3.0 and Gonzo means that your opponent has to respect an enormous amount of things. And on top of it, you add Crushmore to the mix that either extends Hevo's range or can manipulate the terrain in your favor. Now, Shadow Force, of course, an amazing player in their own right. And I have to imagine Shadow Force is both familiar with that particular set of strategies as well as concocting a few different counters to it. So we do see A-Markin aggressively taking this center point. Again, there isn't really a big threat here from Shadow Force that's going to prevent an escape for A-Markin. So you can take it, be in a decent position, not have to worry about it as much. Hevo 2.0, we saw that in the last time we saw A-Markin on this map. How is Shadow Force going to respond here? Obviously, with the Cowbell to the top. You take the free damage where you can get it, and Fire Ant. This is something we have yet to see thus far in this event. But Fire Ant's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. It's probably, I want to say, the worst kept secret in Phobies, because when people talk about busted Phobies, they clearly say Akira. They say Attractor. They bring up even Unicorn. But it is rare that someone will bring up Fire Ant, comparatively. However, among the players that encounter it regularly, pretty much all of them will say that Fire Ant is redonkulous. Absolutely redonkulous. So we'll see how well Shadow Force can put it to use here. No traps yet, but we will see soon. when the ant is fire. What phobies are good for breaking stalemates and end up in your favor? All the polls. All the polls, including Akira. You could argue like any of the displacements. Mostly the ones people talk about being OP. Yeah. I mean, those include the polls in a lot of cases. Obviously, the big threat ones like Gonzo Boss, those sort of things. Because it gives you the ability to remove your opponent's game pieces from the board before they really have an opportunity. It feels like everyone has Boss and no one has Fire Ant. I think Boss is more readily apparent how powerful it is. I think Boss is readily more apparent how powerful it is. Whereas Fire Ant, you run into this issue of, I mean, it kind of is just inherently weaker because you need your opponent to do something, namely step on the trap. You have way more control over Boss. However, I don't know that I necessarily agree that there's an enormous disparity between the two because Fire Ant is an AoE trap. As soon as it goes off, it has a monster impact. It's generally not one phobie. It's lots of phobies that get hurt. I would say it's much easier to use Boss to its potential. Yeah, I mean, it just is. The proactive element of Boss, because you are controlling when it happens, obviously your opponent's positioning comes into play, but like tricking your opponent onto a trap, if you're paying attention, you can track where the reasonable places for traps are and try and dodge them or do other things to activate them. The fact that it's AoE means that just sending a 1 key on there isn't nearly as effective. Maybe, besides Tickles, but Doom, maybe it's Doom's time to shine explicitly against Fire Ant as compared to general traps. Because the other ones just generally don't matter as much. Like, you could reasonably figure out where they are and make sure that you set them off with a 1 key or something. With Fire Ant, because it's going to segment off an enormous part of the board, similar to You're Fired, there's much more risk in allowing that to happen, regardless of what sets it off. But yeah, the bottom line is that Boss is going to be simpler to engage and get value out of than a Fire Ant. Now, Fire Ant at this point, I don't believe could have placed a trap. Obviously, first move to here, second move to here. And because it would have required double move to go from the spa to here. It's going to be interesting to see if Shadow Force starts trapping up this area versus here. Get a Tractor as the follow-up. This is actually pretty interesting. Would it have been better to be Akira? Probably. Because you can simultaneously pull your forces away from your traps and pull your opponent's forces into your traps. You could just move away from them, but a Tractor here is going to force a Markin to interact with the Fire Ant traps, at least on some level. So this board state has suddenly gotten a lot more complex. The Fire Ant only moved 1 space. That means that there is a trap in one of these locations. It could be a defensive trap, but unlikely. Would removing the lob from traps help to fix Fire Ant? I mean, it's certainly going to nerf it. I kind of expect that if we got a balance pass that nerfed the ones that everybody complains about, Fire Ant would absolutely skyrocket in people's complaints. Now, there's always going to be a phobie that's going to assume that vacuum, fill that vacuum. But is Fire Ant truly problematic? I'm not sure, because we don't see it frequently enough that, again, we just don't have the potential answers. Like, if you don't see Fire Ant enough, you're not going to put in the effort to figure out how do I answer Fire Ant. And in this case, we were about to see a honey bear, but instead we get a firkin. We get the fire, or the fire ant, the firkin and the honey bear. This is interesting. I can respect it. A Markin, I think, might be playing this a little cavalier with the Gonzo here. All right, never mind. Gonzo's going to come back, and I don't think there's really a threat of killing these other phobies from this position, unless I lost track of the traps, and somehow there's, like, a trap here, which I don't think it's even possible. 11 keys available for Shadow Force, 16 total versus only 8 from A Markin because there had to be 8 keys invested into these answer phobies to address the 7-key Fire Ant. Admittedly, the Firkin will have further value later on. Hypothetically, Honey Bear could have value. For example, if you lose the center point, you could turn it off, and then it's even panic points, or even if you puke here, turn off their spa to allow the damage to be a little more permanent. But we will see. Terraform, not available for either player, but will be shortly, so Shadow Force may be trying to set up for an attractor pull soon. I'm guessing Firkin do anticipate Akira. Probably. Probably. I mean, it's not like the Firkin would be terrible here right now. But I don't think Akira is unreasonable. Or we get the Terror of Horrors. Maybe Shadow Force has been doing their homework and knows that A Markin prefers Triple Hevo on this map. Although at this point you can't get Triple Hevo because you only have 8 keys. But you do have 3 mechs, and significant ones at that. In conjunction with the Yoink, in conjunction with the traps, you can easily soften them up and then just electrify them to death. A Markin's sticking it out, putting pressure onto Shadow Force's Hevo 1.0. Cowbell available for both players, so we could get a 1-key exchange here. Obviously, no real Gonzo plays yet. There isn't an attractor play here. I mean, you could put down a block and then try and pull, but you're not going to do anything all that valuable. Mostly because the block is going to prevent pulling them through that gap, for obvious reasons. And the attractor's not in range that even if, like, you broke this block, you can't move forward and then yoink this and collapse on it. But I think there should be a second Fire Ant trap going down this turn. Alright, this attractor is way in the middle of nowhere now. It's out in right field, and there it is. There it is. I don't know why I'm moving the whole screen. It's Akira. So yeah, the Firkin preemptively, I mean, we were probably going to see Akira no matter what, right? But notably, A Markin cannot put an Akira on the board. Can't put a Boomer. Can't put a Raucous. Different reasons for why those can't hit the board, but none of them can hit the board at the moment. Yes. Got that 1 key that you can't spend, Shadow Force, but what position are you going to take? This is kind of aggressive, but I don't think there's any reasonable way for A Markin to punish it. And certainly, if A Markin doesn't retreat, next turn is going to end very poorly, given the double yoink option. I do like the break back here, so that way you can reposition much more safely. Terraform not online, so notably this obstacle is going to continue to be an obstacle for Shadow Force. You can't just slide up, break this, Akira yoink, pull this forward, and then a tractor yoink to really ruin A Markin's day. So we're going to get a really defensive positioning here, which is understandable. I don't know which of these would end up here, assuming an Akira pull. I think this would live regardless, though. Even if this got pulled, it's going to be a... Oh no! There's the Fire Ant Trap number 1. There should be 3 floating around right now, that being one of them. I believe there's 3. I don't think there's a good Akira pull here. But the panic points are going to flip in favor of Shadow Force, and now A. Markin's going to be pushed into making something happen. It's not impossible for there to be a trap on this panic point as well. But A. Markin may kind of be up against the wall here because you have no displacement to really interact with this. It's going to be very difficult to get a pick without exposing yourself to an enormous counterattack. Should you play a Twitch ad whenever either player spawns Akira? I guess. If I had to nerf Akira, how would I? I mean, the common answer is make it so it's not global. I don't think it should move your stuff. Even if it wasn't global, I don't think it should move your stuff. It just does too much. And to be honest, it might have to just be completely reworked. Then again, we've seen Akira lose. We have seen Akira lose. No Terraform. Not that it would really matter, because A. Markin's Crushmore is in position to interact with it pretty quickly anyway. But we're now seeing the point where there's going to be an extreme amount of traps on this map. Like, I don't know how A. Markin gets out of this. You certainly need to sack the Cowbell, and soon, so that way... And that's why Shadow Force is leaving the Hevo on the bottom and the Crushmore on the north to prevent the Cowbell from actually getting any value. Although it could clearly be replaced by Shadow Force's Cowbell, but whatever. A. Markin's locked in, does not have the ability to use their 8 other keys. I don't even know necessarily what you're going to spawn that is going to dig you out of this hole. Because, like I said, at this point, I think there might now be, once again, 3 traps on the board. And the longer that A. Markin waits, the worse this is going to get. Either you're going to get caught by a trap, or you're going to get caught by Akira to make a trap happen. I don't know that Honey Bear Puke does anything. I don't think there was any point where that Fire Ant could have put a trap in one of those locations. Actually, I take it back. It could have put it in the 2 northernmost ones. Blocked his own panic point. Also a reason not to do this. The mud needed to be 1 tile to the right. Yes, that would have been way better. Would have been way better if it was in that position instead of where it is currently. I mean, this game is not going to end in the next couple turns, I don't think. So there'll be time to try and make up for that particular play error. But like I said, unless... Like, if I'm a market, I'm sending in this cowbell to cap this point. It's not going to die to the fire ant trap. It will die, but it frees up the 8 keys so that way you can actually utilize them. I just don't know what the phobia is that gets you out of this. It feels like you need a displacement. But given, like, this fire ant just put a trap here. Or here. I guess hypothetically it could be in one of these places, but my guess is here. There's just too many traps on the board at this point. There's at least 3, maybe 4. Power down on the Crushmore. I guess. The Crushmore could have come through here, and then you set up an Akira, and then you blow something up, but... Doesn't seem like it really would have worked out. Like, I think there would be better things to do. Well, actually, if you had done that, you could Akira pull, and then the attractor would have been pulled 1 space closer, so then you move the attractor up, and then you can get a further yoink, and it could have been really bad. Alright, down goes Cowbell, gets replaced. What is A Markin going to slam on the board here to try and contest this Akira setup? Because this is pretty frightening. Notably, this Hevo has just been hanging out down here this whole time. Doom, I know it's not the best. There's a lot of heart damage coming in, too. It's going to add up pretty quick. You know, to be honest, chat, I wouldn't hate something like Dozer. I'm not trolling here. The problem is, due to the traps, that might just be like the little bit of extra damage you need to push over the top to kill the Dozer. Because if Shadow Force pulls the Dozer in, obviously, the Dozer's slow. But the point is that it's tanky enough that it could sustain through a lot of the offense or soak up so much damage from the offense that the rest of your team is freed up to retaliate on the next turn. However, we're going to see an 8-key investment in Beauty, and honestly, since this can sit on top of the obstacles and dodge traps, hypothetically, kind of like it. Kind of like it. I expect at least one thing to get picked off here. I just can't imagine how this Akira plus Attractor combo doesn't kill, say, the Crushmore or something else, or maybe multiple somethings. There's just too many ways that this ends up going south for A Markin. Now, there is a reality in which that Akira pull happens, and then a Gonzo Beauty means that you just annihilate Shadow Force. Like, that's possible. So Honey Bear Puke should be back this turn. Yep. Birkin, not yet. Here's where the really complex turns start, chat. Really complex ones. All right, I don't think we're going to see an Akira because you wouldn't move that Crushmore yet if you were going to. For as much as people dislike Akira, there is an argument that it is and does, or rather does, reward good play for both players. Being able to think ahead and plan the future turns means that you could hypothetically set up like a bonkers Akira play by outplaying your opponent. I'm still of the opinion that it does too much, but I can see an argument where it does have enough benefits to justify it. Playing and fighting Akira is both really strategic, yeah. Akira is partially a map issue. Every Phobie is partially a map issue, but normally I lean into, yeah, balance the Phobies with the maps. That's how you get the Phobie rotation that people seemingly want, where some Phobies are, you know, like the ones that don't get used more frequently because certain maps are around at a given time. The problem is I just don't see maps other than small maps, and even there Akira is still powerful. How do you set up maps that Akira's bad on? Any map with Abyss tiles, Akira's busted. Even this map, which we were saying earlier, is a tougher map to leverage Akira on because of all the obstacles. Well, A, you could break a bunch of them, terraform, or B, you just use it like a Moffat until the point where you can set up an insane turn. No Abyss tiles, more obstacles? I mean, more than this map? How many more do you want? Maybe the one new map that was player submitted in the last patch. But even then, like I said, you just have Akira because it's global. It's a spider that doesn't need to be positioned properly. I mean, there's better and worse positioning, but Shadow Force really going in the tank on this one. Sure. Gonna run out of time, friend. All right, so this has to be for baiting a Blom out of Fire Ant. Panic Point flip into block. There is a non-zero chance that there is a trap there. Which means that that displacement might not be good. That being said, Lob and, of course, Akira has AoE attack for God knows what reason. I don't think you can safely send in the beauty here, though. I think that's just asking for something terrible to happen. And I don't think it's possible to kill this, because you get 2 hits here, 1 and 1. Because you'd chain off of this, or you could splash here. But I think you could... Okay. Fair. I think you can aggressively position Akira and set up a yoink play here. Yeah. I've never seen Akira on Morbidity or Sting. Yeah, it's busted on everything if it leads to a standoff. I just don't think you should pull allies. Morbidity is a new map, so that's part of the reason. This might sting a little. I recall seeing Akira's on that map. And Akira also induces a standoff there, because if you try and aggressively heart push, they can pull you into those tiles by your vault. Although I guess if they were all ranged, they could stand a little bit farther back. Morbidity is good, honestly. Both aggressive and defensive plans work on it. The new maps have been lauded by the community as far as I've seen. Like, everybody seems to like them. Pretty aggressive positioning here from Shadow Force. Mostly with the Erratic and the Crushmore down in the south. But I don't know that there's really any way for A-Markin to do much about it. Ooh, we're going to juice the Firkin. This might just be a dead Crushmore. This is a dead beauty. Have we reached the YOLO stage, chat? Because this beauty has to die, right? It only has 800 health. 850 health. It's 100% dead if Shadow Force wants it. And I don't know that there's the follow-up from A-Markin to really do much about it. There's also potentially a trap on this center point. There's potentially a lot of terrible things that are about to happen. I get not wanting to kill it with the Firkin, because the Firkin may have died due to the dimensional damage and the fire and whatever. Actually, it shouldn't have, but certainly with Splash Erratic if the beauty was here. So this actually doesn't die. You need a little bit more damage from Shadow Force. Which, I mean, there's a number of things that can get it. There's a trap on the beauty. I don't know that it was in position to put a trap there, the Fire Ant. It might have been. A trap being there would explain that setup. And why you didn't kill it. Like, that's the only reasonable explanation. So Honey Bear Beauty go down. I just don't see how A-Markin comes back from this. If that beauty dies, I just don't see how. It's not as though, yep. It's not as though there's an enormous amount of pressure and you can maybe set up a hard push, even though you're blocked off and they're already in a defensive position. I think this is a, let's scoop them up, go to game 2. Akira, man. Chat, you'll have to let me know in Discord. Do you think that we should introduce the Monster of the Week bands to Fright Night? Statistically speaking, Akira has not, like, been overwhelmingly dominant. But I don't know, as we say every time these discussions come up, that Akira is doing anything to improve the game. We tried to justify it through a tractor last night. And the way we were doing that was in order to actually make some of these abilities happen against good players, you might need something on the power level of a tractor or Akira, because a good player will forever dodge a Miss Moffat. Or the game will just get dragged out so long as you slowly zone your opponent out with Moffat or Octonaughty that you can't reasonably be expected to end the game in a normal amount of time if you don't do something like that. Something like that being a tractor or Akira. Is that good enough justification? I don't know. Okay, now they're... We can scoop them up now, chat. I think AoE with no drop-off is also kind of bad for the game. There aren't that many abilities that function that way. I can't, like... I can't disagree that much. I just don't know how much it matters. GG. Game 1, Shadow Force. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to introducing the bans. I mean, I like the idea of having one tournament that has no phobia bans and one that does, so that you have the option to play in either one. But I don't think anybody will complain if Akira went away. I think Attractor becomes more... Attractor is way more debatable to me than Akira. Attractor is way more debatable to me than Akira. So I'd be interested to hear people's thoughts if they feel that that should become a thing in Fright Night or not. I mean, I was debating doing Tiny Terrors for the next Fright Night as well, because we haven't done one of those in a while. No, I will literally never do that, Jamerty. There's a lot of reasons why that system's bad. Among the biggest ones are it's going to make the event take so much fucking longer. It's already hard enough with a map ban system where everybody can see the maps and see them ahead of time, and people still can't figure out how to do it. There's also the risk of people being dummies and losing games because they put a phobia out that's banned because, oops, I forgot, and that's feels bad. It's also even worse for players because it hurts the people with the worst collections the most. It only serves to benefit people with bigger and better collections. So I think the players banning Phobies explicitly out of the other players' collection is an objectively worse system than maybe even not having anything banned at all. An opponent, Tiny Terrors, lost because he played a rare. Yeah, I mean, Tiny Terrors is... It's not even going in, oh, I can only have commons and uncommons. You could set all your favorites, something like that in preparation, and people still botch it. Game 2 between Shadow Force and A-Mark in the finals for Fright Night 11. Match point for Shadow Force. This was A-Markin's pick. Let's see if they can pull it back to a Game 3, or are we going to see more Akira shenanigans? You've seen that the phobia ban system in other tournaments? Yes, and I don't begrudge anybody who tries to utilize a players banning phobia system. I just think that the logic does not support that system. It would work, or hypothetically work, in a world where everybody had a completely full collection. But I think the biggest problem is if you show up to a tournament and you are a lower stress level player, you have most likely a lower collection size. And then your opponent gets you further constrict that, and that negatively impacts you more than a player who has a big collection, just because percentage-wise, they're losing less, and they also are more likely to have ability redundancy. So, for example, say you ban Moffat. That might be a lower-ranked player's only displacement tool, whereas a higher-ranked player could have Octonauty, Attractor, Akira. Guess which one's going to be hurt worse? You know what I mean? Other games, it works really well. In this one, the secrecy of that Phobies you have is half the stress. I don't think Phobies is supposed to function that way. I think, and I said this a lot, I think Phobies is intended to be played. Both players have a full collection and players are at similar levels. I think that there's a lot of things that you can imagine causes imbalances when you have unequal, incomplete collections, and there's only so many compensating factors. That being said, in the meantime, actual game-related stuff, like directly game-related, we get a puff out of Shadow Force. We saw a lot of Bloms in earlier games today. We also see an aggressive push by a Markand, which this is cool because this is going to come off cooldown soon. It's unlikely that Shadow Force is going to be able to kill this Crush more quickly enough. So this thing may be able to make a break for it, blow up this block, and get out, even if it comes under pressure. But we spent a lot of time talking about it on the earlier game on this very map. I like Bloms on this map. I think it's really cool, and I think Bloms are a much better ability type, category, whatever, that the devs should focus on. It allows for much more interesting gameplay from both sides by making both players uncomfortable in a reasonable way. You want your Phobies to interact with and cause problems for your opponent, influence their gameplay. However, it's pretty challenging to try and do that without making them oppressive. So remember that getaway that I was alluding to earlier with Crushmore? I think this is going to have to happen this turn. Obviously, Jar on the stim, big threat, and I highly doubt a Markand's going to want to trade Crushmore for Jar. Give Akira a global line attack? Sure. It shoots lasers in every direction. Not supposed, but it does. It's kind of why I stopped playing. When every game I go up against stuff like Boss or Akira Puff, I have no chance to overcome them. This is an interesting block. Although I think you can, like, you break this block and you still walk away. It's just going to be a rougher exit because you can't end up where this Crushmore is. So I like this as a heads-up play by Shadow Force. Definitely shows the foresight by players at this level to try and cut off and prevent plays from their opponent. And this is exactly what you want to see. You want to see that forethought, that planning for each player. However, is this going to come back to bite Shadow Force? Speaking of Akira, so we do have Puff hanging out here in the north, but with no way to set up a bomb due to the positioning. This is going to be an interesting line of plays. But yeah, there are answers to Boss, there are answers to Akira, there are answers to Puff, there are answers to every Phobie. The question is, how reasonable are they, or are we just, and this was the intent of the video I put out not long ago, are we just to assume that the game is revolving around those Phobies? You are correct, DT. I will do that very quickly. There you go, chat. Because there is an argument that, again, at imbalances, inequalities of collection, there are issues where one player has Akira or Puff or Boss or Gonzo or whatever, and the other player does not. And they may not have the answers to it. But if you assume, again, that the game is supposed to revolve around everybody having full collections, and the game is use your Akira better, that is not materially different than queens in chess. The queen is a better piece than the rook, right? It can do way more. Granted, you only get one of them and you get two rooks, but like the queen is just better. And the issue isn't that the queen is better necessarily. Chat, we are getting what is happening down here. This is such a bizarre sequence of plays, all to protect, like, leapfrogging over each other with these weird plays. Now, we, of course, get the AoE attack from Akira, big off the stem. There is the potential for a Jar to finish this. No, there's not. It's not even close. How is that possible? Okay, because they undid it so that way it was not the Jar taking the damage. This even displaces the Crushmore out of the way to safety. The Gargles, unfortunate. Shadow Force unable to save the Crushmore. This was a really cool sequence of plays over the course of these turns. I know we were talking about a lot of other nonsense, but while this Puff was busy, I don't know, he was taking a smoke break. He was taking a smoke break. Get it? Do you get it, chat? Up in the north, we're getting the hotter and feistier action down in the south. However, this happened in the earlier game on this map with Puff. We get the Blom onto the Jar. A little bit lazy with the positioning here by A. Markand, allowing the Puff to snipe the Jar. This didn't have to happen. Admittedly, I understand why there was a lot of mental energy expended to deal with whatever the hell this was. This cluster that was existing down here. So Shadow Force, despite the sacrifice of the Crushmore, 7 keys to 1, soon to be 4. I'm telling you, Bloms, chat. They are the future. It's just such a different way to look at the game. And they are inherently... This is a weird way to put it, but they do self-limit to a degree. Because you can't get them on diagonals. So it requires this extra level of foresight and positioning and strategy such that I think it adds a lot to the game for both players to both prevent and to enact any plays you want to make with them. Certainly more so than a global. I'd like to see a non-ultra rare Blom. I agree. I mean, Puff is an ultra rare, but it is a stress level, so you are guaranteed to get one. I don't think there are any abilities in the game that you can't get some version of them via stress level. Like Goon. Is Goon only a rare? Or is it super rare? Or ultra rare, rather. This is a dead spot. No. What? Or is it? Puff, get cooked. I must admit, this game seems to be going significantly better for A. Markand, at least thus far. Obstacle down? Remember, Gargles is a dimensional, so it's going to be difficult to kill this without allowing the Stabby plus Innocuous, maybe plus Bachelor, to take it down. Jar is gone. Another reason why it kind of hurts to lose the Jar there. Only 3 keys available for A. Markand. I think it's reasonable to just let the Gargles live. I think this is not a big concern. Give me a 3 cost with no attack that purely Bloms. I wouldn't hate the idea of experimenting with those sort of things. Those sort of things being having phobies that are more like Muffin, where they only can do certain things. Yeah, Goon just came out in the most recent expansion. I've had some fun plays with it. I think I put some clips up on YouTube of plays that other people have made with Goon. It's just a fun phobie all around, even beyond the ability. Like the flavor of it, the animations, as always, top-notch. Little chomp action. I gotta fix some of those emotes. I gotta redo some of the emotes, chat. Goon looks like me. Or like you, not like me. I mean, I'm reading the comment, but... So yeah, Chad, this game is certainly far from over, but this is looking pretty good for A. Markand. Obviously, with the Akira advantage, still have yoinks available. Not a ton of damage being represented at this stage, but Shadow Force has got at least one more turn before their own Akira shows up, and then another turn before you can use your own yoinks. Terraform still live and available. A lot of energy going to be wasted on making this Gargles. All right, we're going for it. We're not going for it. You might be able to kill the Inoculus. Really? You can't kill this. I mean, you don't have Fireball. You don't have Meatball. See, what I was going to say is you break this block with Crushmore, you pull, this ends up here, and then you can at least get one hit on this, but I don't think, like, you're not going to kill it, so I don't even know if that's worth it. I don't think you can kill this Stabby. All right, you look. Maybe you can. All right, Stabby goes down. So Gargles gets one hit. Inoculus gets two. It's 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll round it up to 12, 13, 14. This is likely a dead Akira if Shadow Force wants it. That will cause an exposure. Like, you might lose everything by doing that, though. Like, almost literally everything. Now, Shadow Force does have 11 keys left. Only 5 for A. Markin. I was about to ask, does Gargles have any legs? But Gargles does, in fact, have legs. You can see them when they pull back and slam with the rock. I got a rock. Down goes Murder Wing. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 keys. 12, 15, 16. It's not Akira, it's Boss. 3 keys remaining. Suddenly, this game looks kind of weird. This game looks a little weird. 2 keys to 5. You can get a quick pick with Cat onto Gargles, recapping the point, but Bachelor is going to come in shortly thereafter. I think this is very much going to be A. Mark and just wait. You still have 6,400 health on your heart. You're not in danger of dying. All you need to do is regroup, set up another Akira pull, and all of a sudden it's going to be like Boss versus the world. Because you can probably kill these two. This is an interesting play. You can get hit by all 4 of these. But this will be at 1580. And I'm pretty sure Spa happens first, so... technically 1,600 health. So I don't think it'll die. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, you can't kill this Crushmore even if you connect with everything. I don't love this. I really think you sack the cat. Like, if you're going to send the cat in anyway, let the cat tank the damage. This only does 375. There's no traps here, so I don't see any value to putting the damage here versus, like, the cat's dead anyway. They're gonna kill it. I don't think you need to pull back that far. Although, the difference between being here and here is probably not that significant. The main difference is if you are here, you could move here and then hit something on the stem rather than being on lava. Or you could hit something that's here and lob over to it. Whether that's relevant, we'll see. Crushmore is in position to lob off the stem if that's relevant as well. Jar going to poke at the heart, but that's not really a great clock. And we have 2 more turns before we're going to get Akira yoinks back. Notably, Shadow Force also has this cat sitting around back here. So A. Markin doesn't have, like, a lot of freedom to just go, oh, well, I'll win the 1-key war and then make you do something. It's going to come down to locking down panic points, stemming the bleeding, and then, like I said, Akira pulls. Softening up the boss. You have about 1,200 damage or so due to the stim. Like, if boss goes on the stim, Inoculus can be in range of either of these. Bachelor can also connect. I think there's an argument to maybe put a 1 key here to block and then kill the Bachelor. Leaving the 1 keys on the board makes this complicated because Shadow Force will forever have panic point pressure. It may not matter just simply because there's a freaking Akira. Like, who cares? This will actually tank the You're Fired. Yep. It's a blue! You love to see blue, chat. I've said it on many occasions. Blue is one of maybe my favorite phobia in the game. Like, blue is just so ridiculous. Blue is just... I don't know what it is about blue, but blue is hilarious to me. It might be one of the best phobies of the game. It's definitely one of the best phobies. I don't know if I can confidently say it's my favorite phobia, but it is up there. It's absolutely up there, chat. So we do get the power down. No fear from Shadow Force. I believe the sarcasm will tank the fire. Because it's going to heal 200, then it's going to take 200, and it lives. But this means that the boss is way less effective for a little while. Well, that blue did his purpose. That's what blue was sent out there to do. You think A. Markin's got this? I think it's A. Markin's game to lose. But it is not going to be easy. Because you still need to eliminate stuff. And you don't have Yoinks. If Yoinks was up this turn, I think the game just ends based on what we just saw. But it's not. So it's not over. We're getting a little bit of heart pressure for what that's worth. Hilariously, the jar can threaten this spa, so like it can just keep rotating back in here to be annoying to Klepto. And ultimately, it is pushing damage on Klepto because it's not going to be able to heal it off faster than it's taking between the different hits. You get the repositioning from A. Markin. This heart pressure is annoying, and you do have to respect it, but now that Yoinks is back, that's where all your energy should be devoted. And I think that Shadow Force did make the right play ultimately with Boss to snipe the blue while you had the opportunity. Because imagine if this power down was lasting like another turn or two because the blue was only getting cooked now. Or like you get yoinked into the blue. Your day is just immediately ruined. Now, we have a lot more pressure on Shadow Force's heart. Getting the yoinks. 1,300 health. You can connect with this, and that's it. That is not enough damage. Like, that yoinks is not valuable right now. And if you get exposed, like, you can go here because this can't reach the Akira. And I think you do have to constantly threaten the Akira being an issue. Like, the Akira in this position doesn't really do much, but if the boss comes after you... If the boss comes after you, you'll live and you can then yoink. So, like, the boss can't come near you. The question is, how are you going to deal with this jar... Or how are they going to deal with your Crushmore? We're looking at 446, 640 between the jar and... Ooh, it don't matter. Shadow Force throwing in the towel. We do get a game 3. Chat. We mentioned it before, that did very much look like it was in hand for a Markin, barring catastrophe from one player or the other. We're on to the third one. We're going to Urgo, chat. We're going to Urgo. We saw Shadow Force dominate on this map before. We will see. Here we are, A Markin, Shadow Force, Game 3, final game of the finals of Fright Night 11. Let's find out who our champion is, chat. This was, in fact, Shadow Force's pick. A Markin going first. We had a bold prediction in chat. A bold prediction that there was going to be Boss Gonzo. I know. I'm as shocked as you are. However, I am not sure how A Markin intends to answer it, but I have to imagine that A Markin has been mulling this over, because it was not unlikely that A Markin makes it this far, nor is it unlikely that Shadow Force makes it this far, and it's also not unlikely that we're going to see Boss Gonzo. So you have to have something in mind. This is cool, though, chat. This is cool. Tooth Fairy, one of the many new phobies. One of the many new phobies. We get the Tooth Fairy. We get the Tooth Fairy. The witching hour is about to begin. I need your teeth. I have to imagine that's how this sounds. I like this because I'm not sure exactly what direction A Markin's going to go in. And maybe this is putting Shadow Force back a step, trying to figure out how to contest this. This is pretty cool. Is it better than Murder Wing? Because you could have just gone Murder Wing for a while. You could just open Murder Wing here for this panic point advantage. However, the Tooth Fairy, the difference between the two is that Tooth Fairy represents more consistent damage, whereas obviously, due to Meatball, Murder Wing represents some explosive burst damage. Is that going to play in significantly? I'm not sure, but we're already seeing a deviation from Shadow Force, bringing out Innocuous. Truthfully, I don't know that I would have hated seeing this go here. And the reason for that is that this singular one key then has to decide what it's going to claim. However, there is value to holding it back, because if Shadow Force elects to go here, you kill the cowbell, send yours in, and now it's back to being 2-0 instead of being a 2-1 panic point advantage. I think Tooth Fairy is better than Murder Wing. 100 more health is pretty significant at those low thresholds, and it deals more consistent damage. And the dimensional damage is... Oh, well, that I didn't know. I mean, the dimensional damage is significant. There's a number of it... Dancing Cowbell? The creepy animation? Getting Yield Cowbell. Yield Cowbell. We did get the follow-up Razormouth. Shadow Force bank into 5. I wonder what another bank would yield. But we do see Terraform coming down. This is relevant. This is pretty significant. Now, the question becomes, will Shadow Force try and off the Tooth Fairy? It is possible to solo the Tooth Fairy with the Innocuous, but that would leave 1, 2, 3 attackers to whack it. The problem is that it can be body blocked by these other phobies. And at this point, there isn't really an effective way to get at that Innocuous. You can, of course, off the cap, but now we're at even panic points. So what I expect A Markin to do is probably reposition one of the... Whoa, I never saw that before. How creepy is that, chat? That is unsettling. I expect one of these two to end up here to prevent the Unicorn from getting an easy cap, and then, of course, Unicorn will remove the cat. What a nice smile. Tooth Fairy could probably use some braces. I'm not going to lie. I'm not an orthodontist, chat, but smile's a little crooked. This is pretty hype. That's actually really cool. Allowing the block here, preventing any sort of engagement. However, you can get You're Fired onto these two Phobies. And I would not be surprised to see that being the play. But this is a cool heads-up play. The old heebie-jeebies trick of locking your opponent out or in, depending on your perspective. Dead Tooth Fairy. Quite possibly. 500 damage here plus You're Fired would be... Because You're Fired, does that decay on the splash? Oh, there was a trap here! It's not on the panic point. Tooth Fairy's going to live. Obviously, the Crushmore is going to live. It's not going to be feeling very good. Murder Wing plus Lobber, that could do it as well. That could do it as well. It would yield a dead... like you'd lose your Murder Wing in the process. Thematic, Droney, Corn, and Innocuous kill Crushmore. Maybe? None of those things are happening, though, chat. We, in fact, get Boss. We get some extra damage going down onto Crushmore. Which means that we're clearly going to get a full retreat here. We're not. Ooh. All right, pick the Corn off. Tooth Fairy is going to die now. Like, it's just dead now. Even these two kill it. Even those two kill it. You jinxed it by saying it's the caster curse. Anything you predict as a caster, always the opposite, including the way the games are going to go. What? What? I don't know about that. I also don't know about this. Oh, it's going to die to the fire. No. Also, Rip Crushmore. Yeah, that's probably game. I don't want to be that guy, but like, you're not killing the boss. You're not killing the, because it's 350 and 360. Yeah, you're not killing the Innocuous. This follow-up is too slow. This is a fire phobie. They now put Tickles on the board. This is going to be rough. 8 keys remaining to 6. Double Trapper, please do stuff. Yeah, this is rough. I'm not sure what A. Markin does to get out of this. So, I think there might have been a level of greed to trying to get the, get that Corn takedown. Like, was it worth it killing the Corn? In retrospect, it seems no, right? Because you lost your Crushmore. But 7 keys to 4. That doesn't quite tell the whole story, because now that this is online, unless you catch the boss with a random trap, and I have no idea how that's going to happen. Just need to move Crushmore 1 tile further back. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't happen. Like, it could have moved right here. it could be one of those scenarios where you overthink something, where it's like, oh, well, they're probably going to do this, so I want to do this, and then I need to be prepared to respond in this way. But then you just skip over the obvious play of, well, what if they just kill my guy? Probably miscalculated. They might have miscalculated the damage and just been like, oh, it's 800, and then just like mentally forgot about the fire or something. But right now, 3 keys to 4, Panic Point advantage, Shadow Force, and Boss Gonzo advantage. Realistically, I think the only way back in this game is you have to trap the boss. If you trap the boss and blow it up, there's a chance you get back in this game. But if you don't, I have no idea how you get back in this game. So, like, there's a 50-50 here that boss walks into you're fired or something, or probably goes here to you're fired, maybe, because then you can snipe the corn. Cat. The old standby. Is there a trap here? If there's a trap here, there's a chance for a Markin. It's still going to be rough, but it's not impossible. If there's no trap here, I think the game just ended. Okay, I meant a freeze trap. I meant a freeze trap because that's 1600. Yeah. That's rough. That's rough. But it's only rough if you're in our blue player's position. We do, in fact, have our champion for Fright Night number 11. Congratulations once again to Shadow Force, taking down, I don't know, like their 4th title? A lot. But very impressive. Now, that being said, I do have to give a shout out to all the players, A. Markin, all the other top 8 competitors, and of course, everyone that came out to play during the Swiss rounds. Definitely a lot of fun watching these games. Definitely some very exciting games and some cool strategies that were shown throughout. If you're interested in playing in some Phobies tournaments, we both have larger ones such as Fright Night and smaller weekly events such as Monster of the Week. And we have a few different formats, and I'm looking at maybe changing things up a little bit for both Monster of the Week as well as the next Fright Night. We'll have to see how things go, but you're going to have to hit up the Random Slots Discord for details on all of that. That's going to do it for now, though, everybody. We'll be back later tonight with some viewer game breakdowns. So for now, as always, everybody, thank you for listening, thank you for watching, and tune in next time for more Random Slots.